everyone. Welcome. Um, just need to say that this is my last full council, I think. So treat me delicately on this one. I just also let you know that I've had a training session on how to deal with supplementary questions, but we also have a nice little clock here for timing people. So we'll give people a particular time, and if you can keep to that. The other thing, obviously, talk in your microphones. Again, I keep getting told off for this. Members of the public or whatever will say, sorry, I can't hear these people. Obviously, we've had news of some passing of previous members of this council, and I'd wonder whether you would all be upstanding in a few minutes relating to this. This is about the passing of councillors Angela Alder, councillor Roger Beechin, who was, I understand, an ex-chairman, and councillor Jill De Monte. So if you could be upstanding for a minute's silence, that'd be good. Thank you. Thank you. Now I'll invite any members, if they want, to pay tribute or show the respects. I'll open the floor up. Eric.
Thank you, Chairman. We've also paid our tributes to Roger at Counties. Some of you were present there, but as you said, he was also a former chairman here. So I'll talk about both Roger and Angela. I first started working closely with Roger and Angela when I was co-opted along with 6 others after the 2007 elections. This was to the town council, when just 6 people stood for 12 places. Angela and Roger had already given many years of public service to Sawyerworth. In Angela's case, at least from the 1970s, and Roger the 1980s. It is sad to hear of their passing, with Angela and Roger passing on successive days in December. It's quite a shock to us. What they both had in common was a love of our town and an immense sense of duty. And the memorial services reflected their different approaches. Rogers was held in Leventhorpe School, where he'd been a governor, then chairman between 1977 and 2013, a very long period of service. He was rewarded for his services with an MBE, and his service was deliberately designed as a very light-hearted, secular affair. Angela's, by contrast, was a more formal religious church service, much more serious, reflecting on her unparalleled work ethic. Roger was Mayor of Sawyerworth on 4 occasions, and his final 4 years on district and county were in civic roles as deputy and chairman of East Herts, and then deputy for 2 years on county. Angela's history went back further as chairman of the former Urban District Council of Sawyerworth before the previous reorganisation, and then she also served 4 times as mayor. Angela's ethos was about work and duty, and she didn't mind rebuking anyone she felt who was shirking in their duty. She served as chair on various local groups, including simultaneously the Hayley Centre and Acton Centre in Bishop Stortford, which are older people's centres, and on Sawbridgeworth Young People's Recreational Centre and the Hertfordshire Association of Parish and Town Councils. Roger served 2 terms on both county and district, and Angela 2 terms on district. However, while fulfilling their roles incredibly well on the various tiers of council, the vast majority of their time and dedication was in serving their fellow residents as volunteers, and this was their prime day-to-day purpose and their passion. They've set an example for all of us to follow, and we remember them with pride. They formed a part of the history of Sawbridgeworth and our district through their various achievements and will be missed by those of us who remain. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Eric. Very nice words. Is there anyone else? Sorry, John.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to speak about ex-councillor Jill de Monte. Jill de Monte was a town and district councillor for many years, representing Bishop Stortford Meads Ward. She was known to many councillors around this table. She was particularly interested in planning and development and was known to regularly berate developers for plans she didn't approve of. Out of council, she was involved in various localised organisations, including Animal Rescue, where she regularly held legendary garden parties to raise funds whilst enjoying the occasional brandy and coke. Jill stood down from many of these organisations when her Parkinson's took hold, but she remained positive and kept her sense of humour any time that I met her. She was a formidable individual and will be sorely missed by residents, family and friends alike.
Thank you very much, John. Myone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to speak about Angela Alder and about Jill de Monte. I was privileged to work with both of them on various activities. Angela, especially at the Acton Day Centre in Bishop Stortford, which she ran extremely well, and she was chairman there, I think. Yes, and many people in the town were very grateful to her for her work there. Jill de Monte, I worked with looking about future developments in Bishop Stortford. She was very concerned about the development of the town, and as you said, about all planning matters. And she worked really hard to try to get the very best for Bishop Stortford that she could. Yes, I was privileged to work with both of them, and they will be missed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Myone. Any more? Oh, sorry, Ben.
Thanks, Chair. I didn't know Jill or Roger, but I knew Angela. She always seemed incredibly sweet and kind. When I knew her, she'd obviously sort of softened in her later years. But their service is undoubted, and I think we've got to recognise that huge amount of public service that they did. Roger, I heard the tribute at County, and I was gobsmacked by the amount of years that he worked. Yeah, I think that recognise their immense achievements.
Thank you very much, Ben. Any more, Bob?
If I could just add very briefly, first of all, thank you to Myone and Ben for your kind and generous comments. All 3 of these former councillors were great public servants, and it's nice of you to acknowledge that. I just did want very, very briefly to say of Angela that Angela, I think, was well into her 90s when she died. So I crossed over with Angela, but she was always relatively elderly throughout the time that we worked together. And the number one thing that struck me about Angela was that she was a feminist. She never missed the opportunity to stand up for the position of women and girls. And I think that's a great tribute to her and a great lesson we can all learn. She could easily have let all that pass her by, but she didn't, never missed an opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. Any more? No. Thank you. Though I think they're lovely, fitting tributes to those 3 people. We have someone here that this is their last council, and I will just throw the floor open to Helen if she wants a quick chat about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Some of you will be aware that James Ellis, our monitoring officer, who sits here every council meeting, will be leaving us shortly. So this is his last full council meeting. And I said I'd just say a few words about him. So for those of you that don't know, James joined East Herts in February 2019. Some of you will remember that date fairly well because it was about 4 weeks before lockdown. So I barely saw him for more than a day, I think, before we went into lockdown. So poor James had to cope with getting to know all of the staff and members at East Herts without actually seeing anybody in the flesh for quite some time. But as I'm saying that, 2019, that was 7 years ago. So 2020, sorry. So yes, because it started in 19. So yeah, so you know, all of those years ago when James started here, it's been really great to have him, and I'd like to just wish James all the best for his new role and to thank him for all the work that he's done for East Herts Council. Thank you, James.
Thank you, James. Leaders' announcement.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, obviously, thank you to James. We will miss you. And good luck. Good luck. Where in your next role. Leaders' announcements. I will keep them quick. We've got a big agenda tonight. There was just one thing I think that came to mind. We had before Christmas, if you recall, a small karate enthusiast, Rebecca Chechulu, who came and we congratulated her on getting her black belt in karate. I just heard this weekend she's just back from an international competition in Taekwondo, and she's won a bronze medal at very high level in Taekwondo as well. So I'm sure we all would want to pass our congratulations on to her. The other announcement was to hand over to Councillor Hopewell, who was going to say something.
Thank you, Councillor Crystal. Yes, it's another good news story for Beam. In February, the venue was shortlisted for the Royal Institute of British Architects East Awards. It's a prestigious award and a great endorsement of the venue. So now all 18 shortlisted venues will now be visited by a regional jury, and the winning projects will be announced later this spring. So hopefully at the next meeting we'll have even more good news. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Apologies for absence.
Yeah, we've received apologies from Councillor Estock, Councillor Hart, Councillor Hill, Councillor Hollybonnet and Councillor Williamson.
Excellent, thank you very much. So the first main agenda item, the minutes of the 10th of December. Before us we have the minutes. Are there any amendments to the minutes? Okay, on that basis, can I please have a proposer for the minutes? Maura?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like to propose that we accept these minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marnie. And your seconder then,
Oh,
Maura.
thank you.
Thank you. So with a proposer and a seconder, could we please have a show of hands? Those in favour? Those against? And those abstentions? Thank you, Richard. Thank you very much. That's carried. Declarations of interest around this evening's agenda. Is there anyone? I know it's mainly budget stuff, but yep, no declarations of interest. Now, the first really interesting item, petitions. We have two petitions submitted, and we'll take them in order which they've submitted. There is no debate for this section, so it'll just be the people speaking, and then we'll have, I think, Joe responding to them. So first of all, the Stop Herts East District Council splitting up Sawbridgeworth. Is this you, Angus? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. I present this petition, it's a weighty tome, on behalf of the residents of Sawbridgeworth, calling on this council to abandon the imposition of wards on our town and conduct new community governance review that properly consults residents and reflects the views, identities and interests of our community. This petition was signed by over 1,000 people, nearly 700 of whom are verified electors in Sawbridgeworth, which is about 10% of our electorate. These are ordinary residents from across the political spectrum and none who simply care about their town and took the time to make their voices heard. After speaking with residents across Sawbridgeworth over the past few months, two things came through clearly and consistently. First, not one single person we spoke to recalled receiving a consultation letter from East Herts. These are attentive, engaged residents who care about their community and would have had their say if given a proper opportunity to do so. It is simply not credible to suggest that hundreds of people across the town simply forgot receiving a letter about a significant change to how their town is governed. The far more likely explanation is that the consultation did not reach them. Even if it had, having since seen the letter, it does not make clear to residents what was being proposed and what the possible outcome may be. That is not consultation, that is notification. Secondly, residents do not see a problem that needs fixing. They see Sawbridgeworth as a cohesive community. People live their lives across the whole town, not in distinct separate neighbourhoods with different parades of shops. It is one town. Sawbridgeworth Town Council works well in reflecting that. Residents do not think in wards and they do not want to be divided into them. And nobody has made a convincing case to them at any point for why they should be. Sawbridgeworth Town Council and local members raised these concerns during the original review. Those concerns were not reflected in the outcome. And now, when residents themselves come forward in significant numbers in this petition to say the same thing, the question for this council is simple. Will you listen to those residents? This petition comfortably exceeds the 7.5% statutory threshold, which would ordinarily require this council to undertake a new review. There is an exemption where a review has taken place within the previous 2 years, but that removes only the obligation, not the discretion. It remains a choice for this council to conduct a new review. The ask from the residents of Sawbridgeworth is reasonable. Undertake a fresh review, consult properly, and ensure that decisions about our community's governance reflect what works for Sawbridgeworth, not what you might wish to impose upon it. When we come to the motion later this evening, members will face a straightforward choice: to respond to a clear and substantial expression of resident opinion, or to dismiss it and ignore them. Sawbridgeworth has spoken, and I am pleased to present this petition to the council on their behalf. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Angus. Now you see this turned red. That's well timed. Now there's a couple of ward members. Eric and Ruth, do you want to speak at all on this? I'll give you a couple of minutes if you want.
Not at this stage, as we have a motion later. Thank you, Chairman.
No problem. Thank you. So next we have the Stop East Herts District Council splitting up Buntingford. And I think we have an external speaker for this, Duncan Wallace. Do you want to come and join us? You have 3 minutes, Duncan.
Tonight, I present the petition on behalf of Buntingford Town Council and, more importantly, a community who have expressed anger and frustration towards a process from which they feel excluded and marginalised. I will add that whilst the proposals are not those supported by the Town Council, we accept that society should be receptive to a properly applied democratic process, even when the outcome may not be that of your preference. I have spoken previously to both the Working Party and this council to make our representation. Throughout, I was assured a full public consultation and a full information leaflet drop across the Buntingford Town electoral area was undertaken. It was therefore concerning when representations from the community reinforced the view of councillors suggesting no information leaflets had been received and there being little or no community awareness of a consultation or any aspect of the review. However, what is disappointing is the lack of appetite from this administration to actively discuss our concerns and those of the members of our community. It has repeatedly cited the fact that one aspect that sets it apart is that this council is a listening council. I have corresponded with your chief executive, who gave assurance all procedural aspects were followed, but that our concerns sat with the head of legal services to respond. That response cited process compliance Leaflet distribution conducted using internal personnel proven by the staff timesheets of those allocated to the task. The concerns of the community were totally dismissed with no acknowledgement that, on this occasion, the established process had failed. Clearly, if there is no legal obligation to consult the community on CGR matters, convey that information to the community. If you are able to unilaterally make that decision by way of committee or council, as the administration responsible for electoral compliance, then say so. If, however, the validity of the community governance review is dependent on process compliance and that public consultation forms part of that process, I, and importantly, the public can rightfully expect due diligence. When concerns casting doubt on the process are raised, I would submit the view that an engaged approach is undertaken to determine and identify failings, which, if substantiated, should then be acknowledged and addressed, if only to prevent erosion of public confidence regarding organisational integrity. Tonight, members have the opportunity to listen to the views of a significant number of Buntingford residents. I would strongly urge members to reflect upon this decision, the compliance of its process, and what control measures were used. Conduct another review, one which will withstand scrutiny by administration and public alike. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you there, Councillor. I think there's 3 ward councillors for Buntingford. Does any of you want to have a couple of minutes? Sue.
You. Surely the appropriate time to share details of a community governance review and communicate with local residents is during a consultation period. But this is something that the councillors and the Buntingford Town Councillors chose not to do, other than publish a brief announcement on their website and Facebook page in November 2024. No reference was made to the warding proposal or the fact that there was going to be a public consultation which residents could get involved with. No further mention was made at any point during the 3-month public consultation period either. My references to the Community Governance Review and Warding proposal as part of my reports to 2 full meetings of the Town Council received no comments from councillors, and the contents of my reports didn't appear in any minutes. The Town Council, in fact, waited until after the public consultation period had ended and East Herts members had voted to approve the CGR recommendations at full council in July 2025 to then arrange a public meeting and launch their petition. Why? The petition claims that it's about politics. It isn't about politics, but the tabloid-style publicity leaflet used to promote their campaign uses deliberately inflammatory graphics and language to suggest that East Herts Council have set out to tear the town in 2 and impose a decision on residents, rather than what had actually taken place, a proper democratic decision-making process. The petition doesn't contain any balanced arguments or mention any benefits of warding, which include better local representation and accountability, and a chance to improve community cohesion at a crucial time for Buntingford, helping the community prepare for the next wave of mass development about to hit the town. The petition also claims that voting choices will be restricted with the creation of 2 wards, whereas warding makes practical sense to avoid voters being faced with the ballot paper for all 12 council seats, which can contain a list of between 36 and 60 candidates or more. Residents would also have equal access to all 12 elected town councillors on any issues relating to the town after the elections were over. I must say that I'm really rather surprised at the sudden concern being expressed around the restriction of residents' voting rights and not being able to vote for their preferred councillor. Surely this implies that a fair system operates in the town and that these changes would undermine the current democratic arrangements. Whereas in fact, I would suggest that the current arrangements are a massive cause for concern. Democratic Services informed me that the last time a contested full town council election took place in Buntingford was in May 2011, almost 16 years ago. Since then, apart from a 3-seat by-election in 2013, all other councillors have been appointed by a co-opting process. For local residents, I would suggest that this should be the main focus of their concerns. as the town council does not have a public mandate for any of its decision-making processes or expenditure choices.
So sorry, Sue, we're out of time on this. Are you
Can I just finish off?
how long?
I've got one more sentence.
One more sentence,
Yeah.
then go on then.
Sorry. The best course of action now would be to accept the decision on warding and move on. Get out into the community to listen to and engage with local residents, to encourage residents to come forward.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good try though, Sue.
Yeah.
David.
Thank you, Chairman. I just must correct the thing that this warding proposal is about tearing the country, the town apart. What it actually says is East Herts is splitting our town into wards, which the leaflet that was supposedly delivered, but which no one received, did not say. And that's why we didn't have the public response from the citizens of Buntingford that I think we could normally expect on almost every issue that comes up in relation to planning. And therefore, a lot of what Councillor Nichols has told you is just not relevant and not true as it has been experienced by the
Point of order.
Spoken to.
Point of order. Councillor Walkham has misrepresented exactly what he said on the.
Chairman, there's no point of order on this matter. I'd like a adjudication on this.
So he's allowed to openly lie.
Sorry,
I'm showing the document and reading from it.
sorry, there is no debate to be had on this part of the agenda. This is simply for ward members to make comments. That, as has already been pointed out, this is coming forward as part of a motion later. So if members feel particularly strongly and have something that they wish to say, then maybe try and keep that back for the motion period, and make any comments that you wish to make at that point. But Councillor Walkham is a ward member and is allowed to speak for the allotted time.
I have nothing further to add, but if there are two versions of this document circulating, that represents a problem. But I was reading from the document that was delivered to citizens about the public meeting, which, yes, Councillor Nichols is right, was held after the consultation. But that was about the first time that any of our residents really knew about it once the decision had been taken. She may have mentioned it at town councils, but it didn't, because the leaflets weren't delivered to anyone that we know of, and 700 odd people on the electoral roll confirmed that. I think this, as a listening council, should listen to the feelings of the councillors, the residents who elected us councillors, rather than the opinions of others. But that's what I would like to say. So thank you so much, Chairman, for allowing me to say that.
Thank you, David. Is there one more ward councillor that wants to say anything, or no, Vicky? You're fine with that. Excellent. Okay. Thank you very much. And Joe, do you want to respond?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. So I'm responding because both petitions are broadly and largely the same. There's just one response. So first of all, let's set out by thanking the residents of Sawbridgeworth and Buntingford, those who took the time to organise, sign these petitions, and to the lead petitioners for bringing these petitions to council this evening. So the introduction of warding in both towns followed a community governance review that was undertaken by East Herts District Council. The review was undertaken in accordance with the statutory framework set out in the Local Government and Public Involvement in Health Act 2007, and also by guidance issued by the Secretary of State and the Local Government Boundary Commission for England under Section 100 of the same Act. As part of that process, this council agreed formal terms of reference, invited submissions from residents and stakeholders, and it did undertake a public consultation. In accordance with the council's established democratic processes, a cross-party member working group considered different options, and it did consider representations from stakeholders. The group then put forward recommendations to ward that were brought to this council. Those recommendations were agreed by a majority of elected members in this chamber. Following that decision, a community governance reorganisation order implementing these changes was formally made on the 27th of January 2026. So in response to the request contained within the petition, I must explain that it is not possible for such an order to be scrapped, as there is no mechanism by which this council may do so, even if it wanted to at this stage. Any change would require the council to undertake a new community governance review. The petition, indeed, calls for a new community governance review. This council was not obliged to consider a new review within 2 years following the making of a formal community governance reorganisation order. However, a council can conduct a further review if it chooses to do so. So later on this evening, there is a motion proposing that the council does exactly that and undertakes a new community governance review or reviews in Sawbridgeworth and Buntingford. That motion therefore provides the democratic opportunity for this council to debate the matter and determine whether it indeed does or doesn't wish to revisit the arrangement.
Thank you very much, Joe. So that concludes the petitions. Public questions. We don't have any public questions, do we? No. It's quite quick. So we have members' questions now. This is going to be interesting. So each member who talks has got 4 minutes, and that includes the supplementary. I think the
Chairman, can I ask a question of order, really? On the basis that this is the first time the clock has been introduced. So I just wanted to understand, in terms of our standing orders, where do the time limits come from? Because I understand that, for example, later on in the evening, we'll be discussing the budget, and my assumption was 5 minutes for that. I'm getting nods for that. I just wondered what the situation is for this.
So for members' questions, there's 15 minutes, and I think we divided it by 4. 4 questions, so it's simple maths, really. But thank you for the question.
Thank you, Chairman.
So, what, you noticed the extra minute there? So first question, taking them in order. May I invite Joe Thomas?
Thank you, Chair, and I better read this question quickly then. This question is to Councillor Hopewell. Hartham Leisure Centre car park is operated by a private parking company, Civil Enforcement Limited, or CEL. For those that do not enter their registration into a tablet found behind a set of gates, a quote-unquote parking charge of £100 is issued to the registered keeper. CEL are known to be one of the most prolific issuers of county court claims among private parking companies, a scaremongering tactic in the industry to make people panic and pay the parking charge when court paperwork arrives, even when they're not liable to pay the charge. This is in stark difference to Grange Padgett's Leisure Centre. Its car park is operated directly by East Herts District Council, who are able to properly issue proper parking penalties of £50 and £70 respectively through the standard manner. Could the executive member confirm as to why there has been a historic difference in car park operations between the leisure centres and as to who receives the money from the parking charges at Hartham Leisure Centre car park? Thank you.
Thank you, Joe, very much for your question. And I'm aware that parking for both leisure centres is an important issue. In terms of the differing parking arrangements, officers have advised that the inclusion of the car park in Hartham Leisure Centre lease has been a very long-term arrangement and has been in place for at least 20 years. Due to the historic nature of the arrangement, I do not have the details available behind the initial decision to include the car park in the lease for Hartham, but if any further information on this does become available, I will, of course, share this with you. The decision by Everyone Active to have the car park managed by a private company was made in response to multiple customer complaints about parking problems. After the refurbishment and reopening, concerns were raised that people were parking and not using the centre, or were using the centre but remained parked for much longer after their visit, which was preventing other centre users from being able to park. Everyone Active did not want to start charging for the parking, but also wanted to ensure that those parking were using the centre. As such, they introduced the car park management with a limit of 2 hours and 45 minutes, allowing sufficient time for use of the centre, but also ensuring turnover of spaces. I am aware that the introduction has in itself then caused problems for customers, especially early on. Everyone Active quickly worked to add large signage and to ensure reception staff reminded people to register their parking. There have also been several occasions where Everyone Active has worked with the parking company to help make sure incorrectly issued fines, for example, where customers have used the centre but didn't realise the need to register, were addressed. Everyone Active will continue to monitor this and will be revisiting the arrangements when the contract is due for revisiting. Everyone Active also do not receive any income from the parking fines, so that will go to the management company.
Thank you, Sarah. Supplementary there, Joe?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've received a couple of contacts from residents saying that when they've contacted CEL once they've received a parking charge, they claim this charge is coming directly from East Herts District Council. This is obviously worrying because they think the council is essentially taking them to court over parking. Is this something that you can raise directly with Everyone Active with their arrangements with CEL?
Thank you for that. And yeah, I'm very happy to raise this. Thank you. And if you do get any other concerns, you're always welcome to pass them on to me as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's very good. Very timely. Thank you. Second question. David, this is yours, I think.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Good evening, Leader. The question, as you can see, is on the papers, where does East Herts currently stand with regard to housing land supply? And what effect is this having on planning applications currently being considered?
Thank you very much, Councillor Andrews. Thank you for the question. I'm sure you've been a councillor for far longer than I have, and so you should be aware, of course, that we have a portfolio holder for planning. And so I'm going to pass this question to the portfolio holder, who will be able to answer it fully.
Thank you, Leader. We currently have approximately 3.7 years of housing land supply, and that means that we are that paragraph 11D of the National Planning Policy is engaged, which means that we're on the tilted balance.
And supplementary, David? You got
yes, but again to the Leader, because I think this is an administration question as opposed to a specific portfolio question. Residents and parish councils have told me that they're extremely concerned that, having engaged over a number of years in district and neighbourhood plans, consultations and preparation, applications for housing that have been previously refused by the committee and have also failed at appeal are now being passed, seemingly because we do not have that sufficient housing land supply. Earlier in this administration, we were assured with some enthusiasm that we had a housing land supply of over 6.25 years, more than the 5 which were then and presumably currently still is required. Where has the housing land supply gone, and what is your administration doing to restore it and protect our villages and hamlets from speculative overdevelopment?
The only thing we can do is restore a 5-year housing land supply. But when you were assured that we had over a 5-year land supply, that was before the current Labour government increased our annual targets by 30%. And if you look at 30% of 5 years, it gives you a very simple answer as to why we might be around the 3.7 mark. The other thing to remember is the current district plan was made in 2018. It currently is there to supply approximately 839 homes per annum. Our current target is 1,328, which is almost 60% higher than the district plan is designed to achieve. When Councillor Buckmaster asked me this question approximately 1 year ago, with a couple of days either way, I did then give the answer that the planning team has been proactively working alongside HCC and other relevant statutory consultees, stakeholders and the applicants to progress the remaining allocated sites in the district plan towards a position whereby the sites can be considered deliverable within the next 5 years. What I can confirm is that officers have successfully bought through both Gilston and Hertford strategic sites, despite challenge for JRs, which means that they would not be counted. Plus, Hart 2 has been brought forward with additional units and is now back on site after a hiatus of about 5 years. So the planning team's efforts are being rewarded, but at the end of the day, I can't get 60% more homes, and neither can the planning team, out of the same strategic sites that were designed to deliver less than half that number. So, as a consequence, we are probably not going to have a 5-year housing land supply for some time, but I think you need to blame previous Conservative and the current Labour government for increasing the targets every year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vicky.
Not a nice try, it was accurate.
Thank you very much for that. The third question, I think this is you, Ian.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Executive Member for Financial Sustainability, Councillor Carl Britton. It would appear from the budget papers that the Council is still preparing to spend another £170,000 on the United Reformed Church Hall in Bishop Stortford. Does the Executive Member not agree that this will be simply a waste of taxpayers' money, given that this Council has been professionally advised in a recent survey report by ACOM that it will cost £1.6 million to put the building into good order?
Thank you, Councillor Devonshire, for the question. We are currently out for consultation with Bishop Stortford residents for their views on the future of the hall. This includes an option of transferring the building to a community group to see if they can raise the necessary funds to make it viable. Other options also include selling or demolishing it for other uses. We are fully aware that the £170,000 is nowhere near enough to get the building up to a standard where it can be reopened. However, this has been put aside in the event that a community ownership option is of interest to residents and would represent our cash contribution to the community ownership option, allowing any group to get started on obtaining funding from elsewhere to reach the goal of £1.6 million. It's a tall order, of course, but if our contribution can be used to leverage investment from elsewhere, it will have been well used. The consultation closes at the end of this week, and we are committed to making a decision on the hall's future by the end of the financial year. Just to note, our contribution of £170,000 is contingent upon funding from elsewhere being forthcoming. If there isn't a clear pathway to meet the overall funding targets, then it is unlikely we'll commit our share.
Supplementary question, Ian?
Yes, please, Chairman. If this £170,000 was taken out of the budget, could it be used to pay off some of our debt to reduce the interest payments, or used to reduce the council tax, both of which would benefit our residents?
Obviously, once the decision is made on the future of the hall, it's either that money will be spent as part of the contribution towards the 1.6 million, or it will be taken out of the budget. And if it's taken out of the budget, then it can be used to effectively reduce our future spend, which will probably impact on our MRP in future years. So yes, there'll be a benefit into the budget if it isn't spent.
Thank you very much. Final question, Karen.
Thank you. It's a short question, but I'm hoping for a decent answer. The Hertford Theatre has now been fully open for 18 months and needs to increase its attendance figures. What steps have the administration taken to improve both the car parking and coach drop-offs for BEAM attendees?
Thank you, Councillor Redfern, for the question. In the year to date, BEAM has welcomed 114,840 ticket holders through the door, and the venue expects to hit the target of 125,000 ticketed visits this financial year. The team at BEAM have worked incredibly hard to make this happen and are highly focused on developing an appealing and diverse programme that reaches the range of audiences. Extensive work has also taken place to improve the website, making it much more agile and user-friendly, and new measures will enable better tailoring of information to customers about upcoming shows and events based on their purchase history. The new website will be launching shortly and should contribute to wider customer growth. In terms of parking, The two main approaches we have looked at are improving awareness of the car parking options available and encouraging visitors who are able to travel to the venue without a car to help ensure sufficient spaces for those who are travelling by car. Across Hertford, there are approximately 800 parking spaces managed by East Herts Council, including at Gascoigne Way, St Andrews, Old London Road and Hartham. However, an identified challenge has been that people not knowing which car parks have spaces available. In response to this, we at East Herts Council and Hertford Town Council have worked together to install variable messaging signs across Hertford, alerting drivers as to which car parks have spaces in. These signs have now been installed and the final work is taking place to enable them to begin working. Once active, the signs will hopefully go a long way towards making parking easier for people visiting Beam. In terms of boosting sustainable travel where possible, at present, about 58% of Beam audience travels from SG14, SG13 and SG12, with others travelling from further afield. While, of course, there are many reasons why people living nearby might still need to drive, we are working to encourage people who are able to consider travelling to the venue by other means. This includes improving information on the website and wider work to increase positive messaging around travelling by foot, cycle, bus or train where available. Alongside this, the administration is exploring an app that incentivises sustainable journeys through rewards at participating businesses, and we look forward to sharing more information about this soon. For coach parking, this has mostly been a challenge where Beam has large school groups attending. To help address this, Beam introduced a specific liaison role between Beam and local schools. As part of this, the venue has been able to manage coaches with a good deal of success, with arrangements in place for coaches to drop off at the bus station and walk the short distance during especially busy periods of coach travel.
Supplementary there?
Yes, I was going to add on about the coaches because they do block up the town centre when there's 3 coaches parked along the wash there, and the queues go back onto the A414 and are quite dangerous around the roundabout. So that was one of the things. But also, I'd like to say that when the theatre was originally built, there was lots of discussion about, well, not enough discussion, in my opinion, about car parking, because there were suggestions that we could ask for other car parks to open up in the evenings, like the supermarket car parks. I wonder if that's ever been thought about. Also, there was suggested that signage.
Sorry, Carolyn, it's going on a bit.
Okay.
I do apologise. Could you pick this up later or
Yes.
whatever? So,
Yes, I will.
yeah.
I'll pick this up later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that's that section over with. The executive report, next agenda item. This report relates to the meetings of the executive on the 30th of January 26 and on the 10th of February. May I invite the leader to present his report?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So as you said, we had two meetings of the executive since we were last here in December. Amongst the many papers that were passed through those two executive meetings are the next two papers which we're going to present now. The first is the Treasury Management 2025-26 mid-year review, and the second is the Capital Strategy Minimum Revenue Provision Statement and Treasury Management Strategy 26-27. And I'm going to hand over to Councillor Carl Britton to present them.
Thank you, Leader. First report is the Treasury Management Mid-Year Review, which is shown in the appendix. The SIP for Code of Practice requires the Council to approve Treasury Management reports twice yearly. The report gives background on the external economic environment for the year. Of particular note to this Council is the 10-year gilt rate, which rose from 4.65% to 4.7% during the 6-month period. The gilt rate is the key factor in determining the cost of borrowing for the Council. The report also details the Council borrowing. Over the period, total external borrowing declined from 64.5 million to 61.5 million, whilst investments fell from 34.1 million to 29.4 million. This means the net borrowing increased by 1.7 million. The reason for this was the continued need to fund the capital programme. Almost all the borrowing is in short-term loans. This is because the council hopes to refinance the loans at a lower interest rate when that becomes possible. It is hoped that with inflation forecast to reduce, interest rates will begin to decline and enable the council to reduce its interest costs. The gilt rate has fallen slightly since this report was written, while base rates were recently reduced to 3.75%. Of note on the investment side is that the council has now fully withdrawn from the Hermes property investment. Over the period under review, the £12.8 million total investment in property funds reduced to just £2.6 million, with the remaining Lothbury investment now being classed as short-term investment until it is fully wound up. The report also shows that the council has complied with the SIPFA Treasury Management Code by measuring the prudential indicators. The recommendation is on page 20 of the report pack, and I'd like to propose this report.
Thank you, Carl. And who will be seconding this motion? Joe. Yeah, thank you. So any comments or questions around this? Bob?
Just to say thank you for the report. We have no problem with the report. I will just say in passing that the optimism previously expressed that interest rates might come down probably isn't going to happen, but we won't hold you responsible for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Any more questions, comments, or anything? Joe?
Yeah, I think particularly, I can only speak for myself on the executive, but clearly I recognise what's going on in the world at the moment. And with regard to some of what you just said, Carl, maybe some challenges are ahead. So I think it'd be unfair to residents to ignore that. So yeah, just wanted to say that. Clearly, we may be looking at higher inflation that may affect the gilt rates. It's likely to affect interest rate decisions potentially. So,
Thank you. So if there's no more comments or questions, the recommendations of the council, as described, is that the council approve the mid-year Treasury Management Review and prudential indicators for 25-26. Can I please have a show of hands for those in favour? Thank you. Those against? And any abstentions? That is carried. Thank you. Item 9B, the capital strategy. Is that you, Carl?
Thank you, Chair. The capital strategy is attached at Appendix A. This document provides a high-level overview of our capital investment programme, how it is being financed, and the processes for developing new proposals. It is reviewed and updated annually to maintain compliance with statutory guidance and to provide transparency on the Council's capital position. Currently, capital spending is very low, being funded by new capital receipts due to the high level of existing debt. As assets are sold and receipts become available, further capital expenditure proposals may be brought forward for approval. Projected levels of debt are shown in Table 6. This shows that the debt is now falling and is expected to continue falling over the next 3 years. In Table 10, we see how the debt impacts on the revenue account, and again we see a steadily improving picture over the next 3 years. The Treasury Management Strategy is shown in Appendix B. Council has borrowed and invested significant sums of money. It is therefore essential that the Council manages the inherent risks in these activities. The Treasury Management function also needs to manage the Council's cash flows to ensure the correct funds are available at the point when they are needed. This report provides detail on the external economic factors that may impact the Council. It also details the borrowing strategy and the investment strategy employed by the Council to ensure the financial risks are managed prudently. This strategy complies with the SIPFA Code of Practice on Treasury Management and the SIPFA Prudential Code for Capital Finance in Local Authorities. Appendix C is the annual minimum revenue provision statement for 2026 to 2027. Minimum revenue provision is the way the council accounts for the repayment of debt. MRP is determined by charging the expenditure over the expected useful life of the relevant asset in equal instalments, starting in the year after the asset becomes operational, in line with the useful economic life of the asset, up to a maximum of 50 years. The council must approve an annual MRP policy before the start of each financial year. This policy sets out the method by which the council will calculate and charge MRP to its revenue account. For 2026-27, the proposed policy continues to apply the principles adopted in previous years, ensuring that borrowing for capital purposes is repaid over an appropriate period, reflecting the useful life of the assets funded. The recommendations are shown in page 34 of the reports pack, and I'd like to propose this report.
Thank you very much, Carl. Can I ask who will second this motion, this recommendation?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to second this motion. I reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. Comments and questions around this particular section? Bob?
Similar to the previous item, Chair, broadly, we have no problem with the paper, but I am just going to note in passing, since you mentioned capital, obviously, that it does seem to us that the programme of capital disposals is proceeding in a rather curious manner. The cross-party disposals group doesn't seem to have met for a very long time, and the programme of disposal seems to be very peculiarly slow. But other than that, in terms of the report, we have no problem with the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob. Any more questions, comments? Okay. On that basis, can I please have a show of hands for those in favour? Thank you. Those against? And any abstentions? That is carried. Thank you very much. Item 10. No. Item 10, the budget 26-27, a medium-term financial plan for 26-31. Can I please ask for Carl? Is that you? It's yours. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. This report provides members with an updated medium-term financial plan for the period 2026-27 to 2030-31, incorporating a number of adjustments and the outcome of the provisional settlement received from government. The report also outlines details of the proposed capital programme for 26-27 to 28-29, detailing the planned capital expenditure over this period and the associated financing requirements. Finally, it presents the final budget proposed for recommendation to Council following consultation at the Joint Scrutiny Committee on 28th of January 2026 for members' consideration. The outcome of the Fair Funding Review was in line with the most optimistic of our previous assumptions. This still means that support from the government will still decline over the next 3 years, but not by as much as expected. Details of the settlement are outlined in section 3 of the report, with a summary of the settlement detailed at 3.14. It should be noted that the figures for council tax here are government estimates, and our own estimates are lower than these figures. To factor in this though, our core spending power should still rise slightly over the next 3 years, with council tax increases offsetting the loss of government funding. The funding increase is likely to be lower than inflation, however, leading to continued pressure on spending. Despite the reduction in funding, the 3-year settlement is welcomed, as it provides much greater certainty going forward and enables us to plan with more confidence than in previous years. The review of budgets since the last medium-term financial plan has revealed a number of other financial pressures the Council is facing. These are detailed in section 4 of the report and give rise to an additional £706,000 of pressure in the 26-27 budget. In addition, it is anticipated that there will be costs associated with the local government review that need to be factored into our planning. At this point, it is impossible to know the costs of LGR but we do know that the government is expecting the cost to be borne by constituent councils. It is therefore prudent to factor this into our planning, and we have allocated a total of £1 million for this over the next 2 years, with half coming from reserves and half coming from the revenue budget. Further budget pressures may come from Beam, where the growth of the business continues to be slower than hoped. It is therefore prudent to provide a contingency for next year of £203,000. A new Beam business plan is being produced this year, which will build on the experience of the last 12 months and will hopefully provide a more reliable forecast for the years ahead. It should be noted that the hard work of all the Beam team has resulted in significant improvements to the key performance indicators for Beam over the last year, and the business is developing new ideas and methods which are continuously improving financial performance. To counter the reduction in government funding and additional pressures on budgets, the Council needs to both continue to reduce its costs through greater efficiency and to generate more revenue to become more sustainable over the long term. The measures to achieve this are outlined in Section 5. With government funding reducing and council tax cap below inflation, fees and charges are becoming a steadily more important source of revenue for the Council, and therefore will rise roughly in line with inflation to maintain funding for the essential services the Council provides, both in this coming year and future years too. However, following the consultation on the parking charges, it has been decided that some rural car parks will not have the standard weekday rates increased as originally proposed, and Sunday charges will also be maintained at current levels. Full details are provided in Appendices B1 and B2. The most significant change to the Council's financial position has come from the triennial valuation of the Hertfordshire Pension Fund. This year, this has shown the pension fund to be in good health, and as a result, this has resulted in a reduction in primary contribution rates from 19.8% to 17.1%, and a complete cessation of the secondary rate. The net effect of these changes is a budget saving of just under £1 million per year. This is very welcome news and has enabled a balanced budget to be set. Some of the savings will be placed in reserve to provide a buffer against any future increases in pension costs arising from the next triennial review, or to support any redundancy costs that may fall on the Council as a result of local government reorganisation. In addition, a new reserve will be created, providing the Council with flexibility to respond to emerging priorities and pressures. The reserve will be available for executive drawdown as and when proposals are brought forward and agreed in line with the Council priorities. A detailed review of the Council's earmarked reserves has been completed to ensure that resources are aligned with strategic priorities and financial resilience. Details of this review are provided in sections 6 to 6.5 of the report and in Appendix C. Benchmarking of the reserves position with other district councils in Hertfordshire has shown that our reserves are below the average level, but not by an amount that should cause any concern. The proposal for council tax is to increase by 2.99% in 26-27. This is necessary to maintain the funding level for the longer term and reflects the assumptions made by government in setting out the funding settlement. The increase equates to £5.99 per year for a Band D property and is below the level of inflation. The Section 25 statement is provided in Appendix D. This is a statutory report that accompanies the annual budget for East Herts Council. It provides members with an independent assessment of the robustness of the Council's budget estimates and the adequacy of its reserves, ensuring that financial decisions are made with a clear understanding of the risks, assumptions and the Council's overall financial resilience. A summary of the capital programme is provided in Section 7 of the report, with details in Appendix E. Limited capital receipts mean that the 26-27 programme is restricted to priority schemes or schemes already approved. Further projects will only be considered as receipts from asset disposals become available. The budget and medium-term financial plan was reviewed by the Joint Audit and Governance and Overview and Scrutiny Committee meeting on January the 28th. The minutes of this meeting are provided in Appendix F, along with a summary of the key points raised and responses to these points. In summary, I'm delighted to be able to say that with this budget and medium-term financial plan, the Council is now in a stronger financial position than it has been at any time in the last 3 years, and the certainty over government funding lessens the risk going forward. We must not lose sight of the fact that government funding continues to decline, and therefore to compensate for this we need to continue to find savings and ensure our income from other sources maintains pace with inflation. However, despite the good news, this is not a time to be complacent. We are still vulnerable to external risks, as are all local councils. It is very hard to predict how recent events in the Middle East may affect us, but we must be aware of the potential of increased inflation and the impact that may have on our future budgets, and remain committed to reducing our levels of debt and controlling our expenditure accordingly. The list of the recommendations to be submitted to Council for approval as part of the final budget for 26-27 can be found on pages 73 to 74, and I would like to propose this report.
Thank you very much, Carl. Could I have a seconder for that motion? Oh, got two of them. Who wants to do this? Chris.
Thanks, confusion there. Yes, I'm happy to second this recommendation and I reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions and comments? I know there will be at least one or two around the table.
What is the sequence of events here relative to our amendment? Do we at some point need to decide whether the amendment's going to be carried and then have the debate, or do we have the debate first?
I think we've got to. Does someone propose the amendment?
Yeah, I would suggest probably the best way forward is for you to propose your amendment at this stage, have it seconded, and debate that first, so that we know what the actual budget is at the end.
So, does someone want to propose an amendment then?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to do that, please.
So, and is there a seconder for that amendment? Bob, certainly. Certainly. So, do you want to present it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I don't intend to really go over the ground that's just been mentioned. We know that on the one side, there's two amendments here. Amendment number 1 relates to the URC Hall, which this is actually not, in a way, it's 2 line entries we're talking about in the budget. But I realise it's much more emotive than that. But it's not for me. This is really about taxpayers' money, because this money doesn't belong to us, and how we treat our residents. So this particular 170k, I know it's come up time and again, and I have asked Councillor Britton from time to time about this, and it was always there for refurbishment. That was my understanding. And we discussed in council that it might be 10 more, 10 less, etc., etc. But we know now, obviously, the reports come forward that this is nowhere near what would be required. And I take it that I understand your response earlier as well to Councillor Devonshire's question, but that still requires, if my maths correct, 1.43 million to come forward, which is a staggering amount of money, in my opinion, for the facility. On the other hand, I also commend the efforts that have been made to try and save it, because, you know, it's quite a big undertaking. It requires a lot of effort. So I need to acknowledge that too. As I say, this isn't a motive for me. It's really about doing the right thing for taxpayers. And I was pleased to hear that your view is that if it doesn't go forward, you will redistribute those funds in a way that's prudent, shall we use that word, prudent for the budget going forward. But I think as the budget's come forward now, I realise the timing isn't ideal, because you've still got to hear back from the group. But it really, I think this could go now, and that would represent value for money, because it's been in there a number of years now. And as I say, I'm not going to debate the merits of the URC Hall itself, but I think that could be redistributed. Yeah, that's probably where I'll leave amendment number 1. Amendment 2.
Sorry. We'll take them individually.
Okay. Sorry, Chair. Yes. So this is purely a financial thing rather than an emotive. Should we have the hall? Shouldn't we have the hall? Because I really don't want to get into that. So I'd really appreciate it if members might think of it in that way rather than in any other, although equally that might be difficult for local councillors to do that. So that's Amendment 1.
Thank you very much. Any questions around this, Carl?
I'd just like to respond to the amendment. We've obviously just had a member's question regarding the Water Lane Hall, and I hope the answer provided in the member's question provided some clarity on the issue. We are in the middle of a consultation on the issue of Water Lane Hall, which closes very soon. The £170,000 will only be spent if the residents of Bishop Stortford express a wish to develop the hall as a community arts venue, and the community group can raise the funds to enable this to happen and produce an effective business plan that shows the project is viable. In this event, then the spend of £170,000 will represent great value for the residents of Bishop Stortford. If a community group is unable to proceed, then the £170,000 will not be spent. At this stage, it's far too early to determine the outcome, which is why the £170,000 has been left in the budget, but a final decision would be made over the next few months. It would be wrong, in my view, to prejudge the outcome of what's happening at this moment in time, and therefore I wouldn't support the amendment now. But I think what we'll probably find is that it'll come up again in a couple of months, and there's obviously a possibility that that 170,000 will not get spent.
Thank you. Any more comments or questions, Chris?
Thank you, Chair. I think firstly it's fair to say that this is a fair challenge and it's something we should discuss. Got no issue with the suggestion. I do think though it underestimates the strength of feeling past and present about the building. I think it underestimates the amount of people that would wish to use it, and the feeling of Bishop Stortford at the moment that this is something we want to do as a town if we possibly can. Unfortunately, what's happened is that due to past overspending and overreaching regarding capital projects, we weren't able to deliver everything. I say we, the previous Conservative administration was not able to deliver everything they wanted to deliver from those 4 projects they had at once, which includes the Old River Lane. And I don't believe they intended not to deliver what they intended to originally from Old River Lane on purpose. But I think the least we can do now to be fair to the people of Bishop Stortford is to set money aside in case a future redevelopment of the hall and retention of the hall is viable.
Thank you. Any more comments or questions, Marnie?
Thank you, Chair. This Water Lane Hall is registered and recognised by this council as an asset of community value, and we are now consulting with the residents of Bishop Stortford, and I think it would be very wrong of us now to make a decision not to have that funding available in case it is needed and could be needed. The vision of the group who would like to develop it is that this could become a cultural centre and a community centre, and it would be a great benefit to the people of Bishop Stortford. They have a time limit now. We have decided as an executive we will give them another 3 months to come back with a credible business plan and evidence that they are managing to raise some funds. So I think it'd be very wrong of us to withdraw the possible support at this stage. So I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Eric?
Thanks, Chairman. Yeah, of course, I recognise the strength of feeling that this particular asset says or has for residents. We've got to bear in mind as well that we're nearly 3 years in. I know there's a criticism of the previous administration, but we're nearly 3 years in on this administration, and I feel things could have moved further a lot faster than they have. In terms of the overall budget, £170,000 remaining in the capital programme, it's not a big deal, but I feel we're getting to the point where it will be very difficult for any group of people, no matter how enthusiastic they are, to raise the amount of money that is needed to actually make anything meaningful out of it. So it's as soon as we can. I do respect the response to the question earlier, But I feel we should be straight with people and as soon as possible, let them know how we stand on this, because we don't have the resources to fund it. And I think it would be very difficult for any outside body to be able to fund it. But as I say, a lot of water's gone under the bridge and perhaps something could have been looked at sooner than it has been. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Vicky?
I think we're all having to dance around our handbags a bit, but the Friends of Water Lane Hall have put in an awful lot of effort on working up their proposals. And I think it's fair to say the proposals are not quite there yet, but I think it would be very premature and a bit unfair not to give them a further 3 months to try and get something over the line. And that is why I can't support this motion.
Thank you, Vicky. Miriam?
Thank you. Yeah, I think I just need to remind people that the people of Bishop Stortford were promised by the previous administration a £15 million arts centre on the old River Lane site. And we all know the reasons why that has not been possible. But I think the very minimum we can do is to give people a chance to try and turn that hall into an arts centre if they can. We've made it very clear that there's not extra money from the council, but I think we have to give them that chance. I can't support the motion either.
Thank you very much. Any more questions, Sue?
Well, this feels a bit like deja vu. We're in position in Buntingford where our pool was closed and it looked likely that it would never open again. And we're now in a position where the freehold is about to be handed over. The community has raised a lot of money and there's ambition and that it might be open by the end of year. So things are possible if you put effort in and support local communities.
Thank you very much. Any more comments or questions before we take this to vote? Ian?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to come back on something Councillor Swainson has said. I believe if we were still in power, you would have got an arts centre in Bishop Stortford. That's my honest belief. The fact that we're obviously, you can laugh. I honestly think we would have given you something. We'd have given you some kind of arts centre. It might not have been 15 million. It started off at 30, I think. Wouldn't have been 15 million, but you would have got something.
Thank you, Ian. Bob?
Just coming back a seconder on this item. Yes. Clearly, there's a timing element to our amendment relative to what you've been saying, Carl. As Councillor Defley has said, our primary reason for raising this item of the amendment is because we are alive to taxpayers' money. This is all taxpayers' money. At some point, a line has to be drawn. Precisely what might have been developed as part of the old River Lane development had the outcome of the last election been different remains to be seen. But absolutely for sure, we would not have done nothing for 3 years. And the URC hall has sat there for 3 years and it cannot continue. The URC hall was acquired in order to go into the old River Lane development. It's this administration that chose to redraw the red line of that development to take the URC hall out. And at some point, decisions actually have to be made and things actually have to happen. So hearing what you're saying, we will of course vote in favour of our amendment on this item. It's your prerogative to vote against if you choose. But should we not hold this item of our amendment, we will certainly be coming back in what I think you were indicating would be 3 months for an update then as to where we are. There's drift here and it just can't continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So can we please take this to vote then? Yes, it needs to be recorded. So prepare yourself. So this is obviously about the, hopefully you've all seen the documentation. So if we go through it, you're going to go through. Okay, so the amendment is, and what we are going to vote on, in the capital budget, 170,000 has been allocated to works at the URC hall. However, this would represent a poor use of taxpayers' resources. Instead, the funding should be used to reduce existing borrowing, thereby lowering the minimum revenue provision. This approach would reduce the revenue budget by approximately £15,000 a year and help moderate future council tax increase. So you are voting on that. So Stephanie?
Yeah, I'll start with Councillor Adams, and it'll be 4 against, or abstain.
Abstain. Abstain.
Councillor Andrews, Councillor Boylan, Councillor Britton,
Against.
Councillor Eric Buckmaster, Councillor Ruth Buckmaster, Councillor Burt,
Against.
Councillor Butcher, Councillor Carter,
Against.
Councillor Clements,
Against.
Councillor Connolly,
Against.
Councillor Copley,
Against.
Councillor Cox,
Against.
Councillor Crystal,
Against.
Councillor Dar,
Against.
Councillor Deering,
For.
Councillor Deafley,
For.
Councillor Devonshire, Councillor Dumont,
Against.
Councillor Dunlop,
Against.
Councillor Glover Ward,
Against.
Councillor Goldsmith,
Against.
Councillor Holt,
For.
Councillor Hopewell,
Against.
Councillor Horner,
Against.
Councillor Hoskin,
Against.
Councillor Jacobs,
Against.
Councillor Marlow,
Against.
Councillor McAndrew,
For.
Councillor Nichols,
Against.
Councillor Passard Wyatt,
For.
Councillor Redfern,
Against.
Councillor T Smith, Councillor Vicky Smith,
Against.
Councillor Stowe, Councillor Swainston,
Against.
Councillor Thomas,
Against.
Councillor Townsend, Councillor Watson,
Against.
Councillor Wilcox,
Against.
Councillor Williams,
Against.
Councillor Wilson,
Against.
Councillor Walkham, and Councillor Wiley. So 35 against, 13 for, 1 abstention.
So the results are 30 against and 13 for and 1 abstention. So that motion is not, that amendment is not carried. So I understand there is a second amendment. Does someone want to tell me about that?
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll propose a second amendment. Can you just remind me, I think, are we going through each option at the end? Are we going to vote on each option at the end?
Yes, so there's 3 options, named options, plus the no, none. You've got to pick one.
Yeah, so that's different from the paperwork. So just to point that out to everyone. But it's just, I think it's fairer that way, actually. I'm really pleased, actually, that that Brian and Carl have come forward with a plan that has headroom in it, because any business, any organisation would want to have that headroom, especially as we've already heard about with what's going on in the Middle East and inflation and the cost of oil and gas, etc., dominating our world at the moment. So, yeah, I'd like to commend you for having this type of headroom. There's no dispute about that. That's not really our issue with it. Our issue with it is how that headroom should be spent. And once again, we're thinking of residents, taxpayers, and how they would view the executive spending this, rather than it coming to full council, or rather than it being in the locality budget. Personally, being in a rural ward, I very much would like to see this become part of a locality budget, so I could really make a difference in some of the groups and people's lives in the ward I represent. I realise that we are very, rightly so, I suppose, Hertford and Bishop Stortford centric when we spend money, simply because that's where the density of population is. but I'm quite passionate that the rural ward shouldn't be left out. So yeah, I'm very keen on that particular option. So essentially, there are 4 options. The first one would be that the fund shouldn't actually be created, the reserve, and the fund should instead be used to help moderate future council tax increases. Thinking about £500,000 over 2 years. I'm not sure what percentage that would. Don't worry, Brian. I'm not going to ask you. I'm not sure what percentage that would be off the bill, but it's got to be around 1%, I would think, something of that order. So that's not inconsiderable. Option 2, any member should be able to put forward a scheme for consideration with approval resting with the full council rather than the executive. That would be extremely transparent. And option 3, which is my preferred one, is actually the proposed reserve should be divided equally among all members, effectively creating a locality budget for each member to spend on local good causes as they see fit. The idea of a locality budget is probably it's more of a county thing, isn't it? I've never been a county councillor, but I understand that that's the norm for a county councillor because of the way the county council operates. So those are the 3 options, and the 4th one would be, I understand, no to all of them. Is that right? Yeah, that would be against. So that's it really. Less emotive, I would think, than Amendment 1 was, hopefully. And yeah, I'm actually very interested to see what happens here, actually. So yes, that's what I'd like to propose, option 1 first.
Thank you there, Tom. And a seconder for that motion? Bob, reserve the right. Comments and questions around the table? Carl?
So before I start, could I just clarify, are we going to talk about all 3 options together, or are we going to take them one at a time?
Together.
Okay, that's fine. So just like to talk about option 1, which was that the reserve shouldn't be created and should instead be used to moderate future council tax rises. We know government funding is continuing to fall, and this has been a trend since 2010, and there's no evidence that it's likely to change in the future. This council has got a very high debt as a result of the borrowing under the previous administration, and has recently struggled to produce a balanced budget without making cuts to services. With council tax being one of the largest sources of income and being capped by government, any reductions could potentially lead to budget problems in future years. Also, we don't yet know what the impact of local government reorganisation will be on council tax levels, and to reduce the council tax in East Herts now may not actually realise any future long-term benefits, because of the way council tax is restructured. On the other hand, if there are projects that deliver tangible benefits to residents of East Herts right now, then I believe these will be welcomed by the community that we serve. So therefore, I wouldn't support this amendment. I'll go on to the 3rd one next. So the 3rd option is the proposed reserve should be divided equally amongst all members, effectively creating a locality budget for each member to spend on local good causes as they see fit. Whilst I understand that this creates an additional sense of fairness in terms of the spending, the fact is that if each of the 50 members had a £5,000 locality budget, this might be further divided to create many small projects of very low value. Not only might this be an additional administrative burden, but I believe as a matter of principle, one key role of the council is to create value for the community by pooling resources to create something that would be very hard to achieve otherwise. The investment in Beam, begun by the previous administration, is a great example of this. Beam would not have been possible had the equivalent money been distributed out to councils in locality budgets. So supporting low value projects locally is very important, but I think this can be more effectively achieved through town and parish councils. It is our aim to use the money for larger projects that deliver tangible benefits to communities that would not otherwise be possible without these funds, and that are beyond business as usual of the council. Therefore, I believe that the option of locality budgets is a poor second choice to the proposal in the budget, and I would not be supporting it. Finally, I'll come to the second option. Any member should be able to put forward a scheme for consideration with approval resting with the full council rather than the executive. I believe that this option has merit. It's our intention to be open to ideas about how the money is spent, and we welcome ideas from all members of projects that they feel would bring benefits to residents. I can also see the value in final approving rested with full council rather than the executive. So I will be happy to support option 2 within the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carl. Any more comments or questions around? Oh, David, yes.
Chair, can I just ask for clarification on how we're going to vote on this amendment? Will it be for and against option 1, for and against option 2, etc.? Or is it, if not, then can we have clarification which is the preferred option from the mover of the amendment?
I think we'll do each individually. It's not for or against. It just be who does option 1, option 2, option 3, or against the amendment.
In which case, could we have clarification on which is the preferred option from the mover of the amendment?
So, Tom, the preferred option?
Yeah, I would say actually, having just listened to Councillor Britton, that I too am actually moved by what he said and to agree with him. Actually, the option 2 would be the preferred option for us as well.
Thank you, Joe, and Hermione and Vicky.
Yeah, firstly, just I think, Tom, thank you very much for the constructive and cooperative way which you brought this forward and explained it in a non-confrontational way. That's fantastic. Could I just get a clarification on option 2? So you're saying that members can put forward suggestions and then that will come to council. So I suppose my concern would be 50 ideas or 100 ideas, and then we have to debate them all. So while I like the sentiment, I'm not quite sure how that would work practically. And I would also like to say, when we, from the original budget before this and what that money was earmarked for, and you said about Hertford and Bishop Stortford centric and what we'd be looking to do with it. I'm only one decision maker here, and I can't speak for anyone else, but the sort of projects. You put your hand up. I thought you were going to interrupt me. It was the look. I thought a point of order was coming. What was it? So used to it, you see, Eric. Speaking for myself, the sort of project I'd be looking for was if something can be done to get Buntingford Pool reopened, that would have my very strong support. I'm a strong supporter of the Citizens Advice Bureau as well. So these are not, from my perspective, I'm not looking at vanity projects or capital projects like that. They are things truly for the community that I think that money should be spent on.
Thank you very much, Hermione.
Thank you, Chair. Could I ask for clarification, please? What would happen if we all voted no to all of these things? Does that just leave the budget as it is?
Well, I'm assuming you're voting against the amendment then.
Well, yes, but we're being invited to say yes to individual options, or we could say no to all of them, and then what would be the consequence of saying no to all of them?
Can I just add a comment? If I may say, I appreciate we don't want to get bogged down with endless recorded votes, although it might be James's swan song. It does seem to me that as the amendment is written, and this of course is a document in the public domain, so the public are expecting to see it dealt with as it's put forward. We do need to have, whatever we may predict will be the outcome, we do need to have a vote on option 1 before we move to the other options, because if the vote were to be that we're not going to create the reserve at all, then the other 2 options don't get off the ground. Seems to me.
Just bear with us.
Before everybody deserts the council chamber, um, indeed, it will be my swan song. I will have at least one more recorded vote. But I think the point made by Councillor Deering is valid. I've had a discussion with the Section 151 officer. And I think what we will do first is have a recorded vote on whether or not members want to agree option one, which creates the money to be used. If that passes, we will then move on to choose between 2 or 3 because they are mutually exclusive, obviously. So we'll do it that way. So in answer to your question, Councillor Goldsmith, what we will do is we will have an option on, we will have a recorded vote on option 1 first, whether or not you are for or against it. If a majority of members are against it, there is no money to go forward for option 2 and 3. I think that's right, isn't it? Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if you support them, then there's no money clearly. So we will take it slowly. But
yeah. So sorry, there's a couple of comments. Calvin, quiet, please.
Far be it for me to disagree with James, but there is an or at the end of the first bullet point there, and my understanding is that they are mutually exclusive. That all 3 are. It's not a question of you going through one gate and then going for another. I could not vote for the first one on the understanding that 2 or 3 might happen. I would have to just vote against the first one because I want this money to be available for the sorts of projects that Joe has already spoken about, and not be taken away. So because that or is there, I think we need to do it voting for one, then voting for another, then voting for another, in some other way, not just going through a vote for the first one and then the others.
There's too many ors, I think, in the thing. Well, while we're debating, I will. Yeah. I was going to say, if you want to take a couple of minutes, we finish at 1:45. Hmm? I think we have a decision. James?
Can I just thank members for making my final council a memorable one? Thank you, Councillor Horner, for correcting me. We've gone over what we are effectively doing here. We are looking at a £250,000 figure, which currently is moving into earmark reserves. All three of the options that are in the amendment are saying to use that £250,000 for something different, be that help moderate future council tax increases, either allow members to put forward schemes that come to full council, or to allow members to have a locality budget for them to use as they see fit. Once that money, the 250,000, has been given to any of those options, it's not available for any of the other remaining two, if that makes sense. So if members were to pick option one, for example, to moderate future council tax increases, by definition, you cannot then use it for a locality budget or for putting schemes forward to full council. So what we would ask is that when it comes to the vote, we will go around each member individually for a recorded vote. We will ask which your preference is for, 1, 2, or 3. We can provide a reminder as to which 1, 2, and 3 is before we get to the vote, so everybody knows exactly what they're voting for. And then, or there will also be an option, obviously, to not pick any of those 3. So not picking any of the 3 means that we stick, that the amendment falls effectively, and we are back to with the original budget. I hope that makes sense. If not, you don't have to deal with me again. But I'm happy to go over it again if there is a bit of uncertainty. But I think that does make sense, because we are talking about a finite £250,000, which can only be used for any one of those suggested options, or for none of them, and they go into earmark reserves, which is where they are originally going to anyway.
So is it a case then? Sorry, Nahum.
Yeah, sorry, I hope I'm not going to
Nahum.
make it too unpopular here. So I think you're saying, James, that we could split more or less 4 ways and have, 25 for 1, 25 for 2, 25 for 3, and 25 for going back. And you're saying that if option 2 had 26%, that will become the option, even if the other 74% might have said, I would prefer the original budget to option 2. So it's not that we pick an option and then that goes forward or is rejected. It's sorry.
It might help if I comment, I think.
Yeah, Bob.
Okay, thank you. I've got 2 types of comment to make, but one is on procedure and one's as seconder of this proposition. But if I could just start with procedure, if it helps, we've heard you say, Carl, that you think option number 2, as per the paper, has got merit, and if it were to be the mood of the meeting, that option 2 would meet favour with the whole of the meeting, we might be able to short circuit this and indicate to you that we would regard that as an acceptable outcome. If that helps. I've got other comments on the substance, but that would be my capacity of seconding. That's just an attempt to help with procedure.
Okay, Alex.
I mean, I've got a comment about option 2. If we want to start the debate about it, or do you want me to make it later? But I'm against option 2, and
We've got to just work out the procedure on the seconding. Vicky, if you want.
I would really like to talk about option 2. I think it's either 1, 2, 3, or we go back to the original, as I understand it when we're voting. Is everybody clear on that? And yes, you're right. If we get 25% on each, which I think with 43 of us is going to be a struggle, unless somebody half votes for one thing and half votes for another thing. But yes, you're right. If we get a tie, then we're slightly stuffed. But I'm sure that we'll come up with something very memorable from James to resolve it if that happens.
My point, Vicky, was that it's not clear what you are voting for at the point you are voting. Because you do not know whether, I might be the only one who wants to vote for option 3. It might be that it's going to be option 2 or none, and I might prefer none over option 2.
Mhm.
So at the point that I'm voting, I do not know what whether the amendment is going to go through or not. I do not know what I'm voting on. My preference would be that we pick the option and then we'd say, do you want this or do you want what's in the original budget?
And I'll just take one more comment before we rack brains again. George.
This is very complicated, but would the simple solution not be to either amend the amendment, because I kind of get the impression that option 2 is the kind of one where people might go for it, or the, whatever. So we could either just amend the amendment to just be option 2, or we could have a kind of indicative hands up vote if people are willing to do that, and then go ahead with it.
Thank you, George. Sorry. George. Now that was not a personal.
James, if I'm right, I think we have to vote on the amendment before there's any further amendment, so that doesn't quite work.
Well, there are two ways to deal with it. So, as you've just said, either amendment needs to be voted on so that it either is carried or falls away, or the members who have proposed can withdraw their amendment, their motion, if you like. So, a member may withdraw a motion which they've moved with the consent of both the meeting and the seconder. So, if, as you say, there is a desire from Councillor Defley and Councillor Deering to scrap this amendment that we're looking at now and maybe put in a new amendment, which is just option 2, you can do that if you want. But as I say, it is with the consent of both the meeting and the seconder, so you would need to sort of get an indicative vote from the rest of the meeting if you wanted to do that.
Bob, if I maybe could just speak now as the seconder, and then maybe that will help.
Bob, do you want to wait until I've spoken? Because you
Oh,
don't
I
you want
see.
to go
Yes,
last?
of course. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I want to talk to option 2. I share Joe's concerns about option 2, that we'll end up talking for 6 months and not actually getting to something. And I know from my experience over the last couple of years with UK SPF, we have to move pretty quickly on the options, especially where we are looking at the larger spends, if those are what come forwards. What I would suggest is that Council looks back at how UK SPF has been spent over the last 2 years. There's been a big audit and governance, overview and scrutiny look at it, and money did go out to a lot of the parishes. Money went out to the towns that were not Hertford and Bishop Stortford, because we tried to be very even keel on it, and anybody who came up with projects had them considered. And in fact, we went back out to the parishes quite a few times to try and get more projects out of them, because a lot of the parishes struggled. So I think that hopefully you can be reassured that this exec isn't going to just spend it all on Hertford or spend it all on Bishop Stortford. And we do try and look at all the projects that they are, because we do actually try and distribute amongst the district. I honestly don't think we would end up getting 2 projects if it all comes back to full council every time. So that's my view, and that's why even if you go to just option 2 or note, then I'm not going to be voting for option 2.
Thank you, Vicky. Bob, I'll deal with Alex and Miney first. Alex.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm against option 3. I think was already said. Locality budgets. We have town and parish councils, and they have presets, and we're very fortunate in East Herts to be fully parish. So every area has its opportunity to do these local activities. When it comes to option 2, as Joe said, we are particularly keen to help the community group with Ward Freeman. They have got a long way with their plans, and if we're going to have to agree every item of the budget, then we won't be able to move forward as quickly with that as we need to. So I will be voting against option 2. By all means, we're very we'd welcome people's other councillors' ideas about how other parts of the money can be spent, but I don't think it would be good for us to be restricted in the way that is outlined in option 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miney.
Thank you, Chair. This is a most unusual situation for this council. We don't very often have a windfall bonus of unexpected funds, which we are being given. And I think this is a remarkable event. And I think we do really need to take the opportunity of doing something that's really good, which would make a really big difference to the residents of East Herts. And this doesn't happen very, very often. If you split it up into little pots, you do a little bit of good, but nothing like the same as if you had a big chunk of money and you could do something really, really good. And I would like to see us using the money in that way, possibly to support something like the Citizens Advice Service, because they do excellent work, and that's across the whole district, and that would really help everybody. Another thing we could do as a big thing is a bigger project to counteract air pollution, something like that. And another one, of course, is maybe the Ward Freeman pool, which is the community there is working very hard. And that would be very good. So I would be sad if we lost the opportunity to do something unusual and really good, which would benefit the whole community. So I would really like the budget to stay as it is. And I think my inclination would be to vote against all of these possibilities, and then we would go back to what the budget is at the moment. Thank you.
Ben?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think I would echo Marnie's comments. I think this has. I think the locality idea is very, very attractive. As a ward councillor, I love the idea. But seeing how it works at the county council, we would have to have a significant amount of support from officers to deal with all of those decisions. We would need to look at the legality of the funding, like county has to. We have to look at all of the regulations. Does it match council policy? There's a lot of complications that I think would really cause a significant drain, which is sad. And locality, I think, were held here. They did have a locality years back, and it was discontinued. I don't know why. The reserve for the council tax payment, yeah, I hear that. I think Carl really summed it up, and I think actually even here, back in 2018, there was a decision not to cut council tax because of the long-term implications. And I can quote you from the paper that was given at the time by the exec for finances, 2018. I don't know if that was Jeffrey, but it was someone else. So the previous, and this is a quote directly from the officer's report, the previous budget decisions to freeze or reduce council tax for East Herts residents has meant that council tax income has not kept in line with inflation. This has had the effect of eroding the council's tax base over a period of 5 years, as inflation has increased annually, but council tax income has remained the same. It is proposed, this was proposed at the time by the Conservative administration, it is proposed that in 2018-19, East Herts will increase its share of the council tax by £5 per year, the maximum increase allowed in any year. This level of increase will be built into the medium-term financial plan on an ongoing basis to mitigate the effect of the frozen rates of the previous years. So if you do freeze rates, we inevitably end up running into trouble. And so appreciate that we want to try and help residents, but we have to find other ways rather than undermining our primary source of income. So I couldn't support that. I hear what you're saying in the second option, that we bring it to council. I think others have already stated of things that I agree with. I think it'd be very, very difficult to agree to bring everything through for council. I think we'd end up, we've got a busy few years with the local plan. I think this would really pile it on. But I think we could absolutely commit to talking about how, getting ideas from you and how those ideas can be reviewed, whether they're brought through audit and governance or whatever. I think we would be very open to that. So I would vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. So, sorry, Bob, are you doing this? Is the seconder?
Yeah. There's nobody else wants to go, I don't think.
Sorry. Who? No, No, so David, you want to go before?
Yeah, I'd just like to help in with my experience of the locality budget elsewhere. It became almost self-fulfilling. It was considerably less than 1/3 of an FTE across the piece. You will know you can do most of the work online. An executive member has an oversight. Any potential clashes are considered by that executive member, and then it goes off to the accounts department. So it's actually not too difficult. I think the former locality kind of budget here, and mine is, and others here will confirm it if it's right. I think it fell away because it was just too small. You just couldn't do anything with it. I think it was a matter of a few £100s, and it really didn't go anywhere. It didn't put the stamp on the envelope. But I think certainly locality budget is an option, and it's not too onerous, or shouldn't be, once it's bedded in. The point for me would be, given where we are in the local government review cycle, are we just going to get it up and running just for it to fall away?
Thank you. I'll take one more question. So David Jacobs, and then we'll go to Bob. Thank you.
It wasn't a question.
Okay, one more comment.
I'm sympathetic to what the I'm sympathetic to what these amendments are trying to achieve, but unfortunately, I don't think I can support any of them. I'm encouraged to hear from the leader that the administration is open to proposals from individual members, which I think is partly what the second amendment is trying to achieve, for ways in which the windfall can be used. Checking the wording of the budget, page 91, item 519, it simply says the reserve will be available for executive drawdown, which to me means the executive will be the ones making the decision, which of course they do anyway, as and when proposals are brought forward and agreed in line with the council's priorities. So that wording doesn't rule out the possibility of individual members bringing forward. It just says the final decision will be made by the executive. So in those circumstances, and with that undertaking, I'm happy with that. My only concern is to hear from the deputy leader the suggestion that the administration is considering spending this as a lump sum on one or two large projects. I think we want to spread the money around more widely than that, but that's probably another conversation for another day.
Are you finished, David? Or... Yep. Okay. Sorry about that. Bob, eventually.
That could become a slogan, couldn't it? Have you finished, David? Yeah. Okay. I'm speaking as a seconder. I'm sure it's obvious, but the reason that we raise this amendment is because the proposal is to create a reserve, which across the 2 years will be for £500,000, which is a lot of money and is definitely significant relative to council tax. So the proposal is to create this reserve to be spent on something that nobody knows what it is. You know, if we're going to have a reserve, why are we having this reserve? We're creating a reserve. It's taxpayers' money. Eventually, it works its way through to council tax, but nobody seems to know what this reserve is for. And I think, in principle, that is questionable. Moving on from there, if a reserve is to be created, then relative to the options that we put forward, I think every county councillor in this room, and there are a handful, including the leader of this council, would say that the operation of a locality budget at the county council is very highly regarded. Members value the locality budget a lot. And I've not been a county councillor since May 2023, but I think the locality budget at the county is of the order of £5,000, I think. So, you know, it would not be dissimilar here if we were to convert this into the locality budget. So, and I also agree with David that the administration of a locality budget isn't that arduous. So it's a bit perplexing that there is some suggestion that wouldn't be a solution. I think hearing the comments from the other side of the chamber, one gets a sense that the executive wishes to create a fund which only the executive will determine in terms of how it's spent, and that just doesn't feel right to me. Again, having heard what Councillor Britton has said, we would be content to go with option 2, because it must surely be right, as David has just echoed, actually, that every member should have the opportunity to put forward something for which funds should be spent, and those considerations should be taken on board and processed. Whether the final outcome is a yes to a request or a no, it should absolutely be possible for every member of this chamber to say that they have an idea as to how some of this money should be spent. And if that's inconvenient, well, that's democracy. If I just come back to procedure, it feels to me on the conversation that we're going to have to go through each of the options.
We have a solution. So the point made by Councillor Clements is a good one. So what we shall do is we will do as we set out that we would do. We will go through each member on a recorded basis, on a recorded vote basis, asking you for a preference for option 1, 2, 3, or none. If after that first round of votes we have a clear majority, that will be carried. If there is not a clear majority after that first round, we will eliminate the least popular and we will go again until we have a majority for one of the options.
Okay then. Thank you very much.
Sorry, just a
Go on then.
point of clarification. Are you able to define what you mean by clear majority? I'm assuming one would not be.
We have 44 members in the chamber this evening. Therefore, we will need 23 members to vote for an option to be a majority.
This is going to be interesting. So, should we give this a go then? So, Stephanie.
Okay, so starting with Councillor Adams.
I will take the 5th option and abstain.
Councillor Andrews. Councillor Boylan. Councillor Britton.
For.
That's against. Yeah. Councillor Eric Buckmaster. Councillor Ruth Buckmaster. Councillor Vicky Bear.
Again. So that'd be 4.
Councillor Butcher. Councillor Carter.
Against.
Councillor Clements.
Against.
Councillor Connolly.
Against.
Councillor Copley.
Against.
Councillor Cox.
Against.
Councillor Crystal.
Against.
Councillor Dar.
Against.
Councillor Deering.
2.
Councillor Defley.
2.
Councillor Devonshire. Councillor Dumont.
Against.
Councillor Dunlop.
Against.
Councillor Glover Ward.
None of the above.
Councillor Goldsmeet.
Against.
Councillor Holt.
2.
Councillor Hopewell.
Against.
Councillor Horner.
Against.
Councillor Hoskin.
Against.
Councillor Jacobs. Councillor Marlowe.
Against.
Councillor McAndrew. Councillor Nichols.
Against.
Councillor Persad-Wyatt.
2.
Councillor Redfern.
Against.
Councillor Terry Smith.
3.
Councillor Vicky Smith.
Against.
Councillor Stowe. Councillor Swainston.
Against.
Councillor Thomas,
Against.
Councillor Townsend, Councillor Watson,
Against.
Councillor Wilcox,
3.
Councillor Williams,
I don't know. I like 2. I think it's a fair idea, but also I like 4. So I'll go for 2 because I feel like 4's got it anyway.
Councillor Wilson.
Against.
Was that abstain?
Abstain.
Oh, sorry, Wilson.
Sorry, Wilson.
Against.
Councillor Walkham
Abstain.
and Councillor Wiley. So 27 against, 11 for 2. Brilliant.
So let me just go through this. So there's 27 against,
11 for 2.
11 for 2,
4 for 3.
4 for 3,
And 2.
and 2 abstentions. So that amendment, that proposed amendment has not been carried. So now we go back to the original proposal, the recommendation. So does anyone else want to speak on the original proposal? Eric.
Thank you, Chairman. I was going to be making some general comments on the budget as a whole, but we've been round a bit on some of the issues. I'll just point out a few things if I may. We've discussed, it's been mentioned a few times, the global issues, another war that's going on, and having been on the administration previously during COVID and the invasion of Ukraine, I just know the impact that has had on operating costs, on energy, on the capital projects and so on. And some of the reason the delivery of some of those projects was so difficult, as has been referred to earlier, was because of those factors. So I'm a little concerned that the 203,000 contingency mentioned in the budget will be rapidly eaten up owing to current events. I mean, I hope that isn't the case, but that could well be the case. We've discussed the 170,000 and I'm satisfied with the responses to that. I think the really big issue though, and why we had this protracted discussion around the 250,000 a year that will be available for the executive to decide, is actually it's a huge amount of money. And that amount of money will have an impact. I mean, it's almost equivalent or very close to the increase in council tax precept that we're proposing for this year. And the reason it's problematical is because there was no clue at all in the budget statement around what it might be spent on. And we've heard various ideas. You know, it could be spent on this, it could be spent on that. It could be like the UK Prosperity Fund. That's all well and good, but we're talking about taking residents' money and without really knowing what we're going to be doing with it. So we need to really be mindful of that. And that's why we had these protracted discussions around what the possible options might be. You know, it's a bit like saying to residents, we're going to take your money over the next 2 years and we'll tell you what we're going to spend it on later. And that really isn't good enough. All right. But, you know, council has decided to dismiss those earlier options. What I will say is if council is minded to vote for the budget now as non-amended, I would say hang on to the money because you might really well need it and the operations costs may go through the roof. And I would suggest that once ideas start formulating among the executive, you then share them with full council. Doesn't need to be every single item. We don't need to waste time on that, but give us a clue and give the public a clue as to how you're going to spend their money, because it's not ours, it's not yours, it's theirs. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Eric. Any other questions, comments relating to this item? Chris and then Graham.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, what Councillor Buckminster said is very true, that we have to be mindful that we may have a problem with finances in the future, given the war at present. He did miss out one issue from the previous administration, which of course is Brexit, which we would have to point out. It also massively compromised finances at the time. So you're quite right, COVID, Ukraine war, Brexit, now we have this war, hopefully a brief one, but quite possibly not. I think it's fair to say, though, that despite all those issues and the debt we inherited from the previous administration, that this administration has done extremely well to get to the point we're in now. Also, great thank you to the officers for their hard work, and the report's excellent and shows how we can react to changing circumstances. I'd also like to say thank you to Councillor Deathley and those amendments and discussion tonight. It's very, very constructive and fair, and the challenge is right. It's good to see that happening. I also just one other comment, which would be, if we didn't have the local government review, we'd have a lot more headroom. And the local government review, don't think it's necessary, don't think it's done the right way, and it's not really helping us as a council or any councils.
Thank you, Chris. Graham.
I was just going to provide a point of information, Chairman, if I may, if Graham concedes. The previous administration wasn't responsible for Brexit, and some of us were firm Remainers. Just let you know that.
Thank you, Eric, for that correction. Graham.
Yeah, follow on from Eric. Which specific decisions taken by this administration over the past 3 years have contributed most to the financial pressures identified in the medium-term financial plan?
We will answer those at the end of the thing. Okay, thank you. Any more questions or comments? No?
Yeah, I'd say I'm broadly in favour of the budget. I'm planning to vote for it. Thank you to Brian and everyone else who's worked from it. And thank you for presenting it, Carl. It was good to hear you recognising that the multi-year settlements are helpful. I was, I voted against the last amendment. There is a degree of trust we're putting in with the 250k, but actually, I do acknowledge, where the exec has spent money in the past. I was part of the overview and scrutiny that looked at that, and I think broadly it was spent in sensible places. There's a degree of trust there, but hopefully that will come along again. I was pleased to see that you are acknowledging that Beam we are all hopeful for, but that we have had predictions made in the past, and I know the team have been put under a lot of pressure to meet the goals that we're setting. I'm pleased that money's being set aside if that proves difficult again. It would always be nice to have more money, but I broadly think you are making the right decisions here, Carl, and so I'm planning on voting for this budget.
Thank you very much. Any more comments, questions before we revert back? Bob?
Thank you, Chairman. I've just got 1 or 2 comments, if I may. I'd just like to echo comments elsewhere made in the chamber about LGR. I think my views are well known on LGR, and I think that my views are the views of our group, and I think they're well known in this chamber, commonly agreed in this chamber, which is that LGR is very bad news for us indeed. Broadly, the situation ain't that badly broke, so it doesn't need fixing, and it's going to cost this council alone £1 million, which the good old government, notwithstanding that this was not in its manifesto, is saying that this council must bear. And I think that should not go unnoticed. It's not acceptable. My second comment, more specific perhaps to the budget, is that Carl quite rightly has acknowledged the moderation in pressure on the budget by reason of the performance of the Hertfordshire Pension Fund. And I don't think it's inappropriate for me to say that is the result of the Conservative administration at Hertfordshire County Council's administration of that pension fund. It's performed extremely well, and I don't think that should be lost in the wash. And the effect of the excellent performance of the pension fund at Hertfordshire County Council is that this council alone is benefiting from a reduction in pressure of £1 million. And when you apply that right across the county, that's an enormous benefit. Also, perhaps again a bit more specifically to the budget, I've made the point already this evening, but it does seem to us that the asset disposal programme is seriously slow. On this side of the house, we can't fathom why it is so slow. We don't understand why the cross-party asset disposal group hasn't met, I think, for about 18 months or so now. And that obviously has a bearing on the budget. And I might say it also has a bearing on some of the comments that were made shortly after the election as to the state of the financial position that was left across the election. If it was that bad, you would have disposed of these assets by now, and you plainly haven't. That clearly has a consequence in terms of the budget. And then perhaps I'll leave it there. So when you come back to the items that we discussed relative to the amendment, in the coming year, the effect of those items is of the order of £420,000. So the proposition is that you're going to put 170,000 aside for the URC hall, and you're going to put 250,000 aside in a reserve for unspecified, unknown purposes. The total of those two amounts is £420,000, and that is taxpayers' money. So our position in our group is that we will not vote in favour of the budget. We will be voting against the budget because we don't think that usage of taxpayers' money is justifiable. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Questions, comments, Sarah?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It was just to come back to Councillor Buckmaster and just to offer some reassurance, really, that in my view, this opportunity to use this money, as has been reflected before, would very much be to benefit the community. And, you know, we are really keen, genuinely keen for it to be, you know, something that we as a council as a whole can do in our last couple of years before becoming a unitary. And we would be really keen to hear ideas and suggestions. And I know, Councillor Buckmaster, you already do come to a fair number of executive meetings, but I mean, that again is another really good opportunity to voice some ideas or be involved in that decision making. And absolutely, I think it's a good suggestion to report back to full council as well about some of the ideas that have come forward and the sort of, I guess, the decisions behind those ideas, similar to what happens with the UK SPF. And in terms of the broad ambition, it would be very much to spend in line with the LEAF priorities that we as a council as a whole have agreed. So yeah, absolutely, it would be reflecting what we have agreed are our council-wide ambitions. So just to offer that reassurance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ben.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I echo what Sarah says. I think, you know, I think the group opposite is trying to paint it as if we have somehow decided that we're going to hold on to this 250,000 and spend it as we want. And at the same time saying, well, what, you've not come up with some ideas in this budget. Well, we haven't come up with ideas in this budget because we haven't actually decided how we were going to spend it. If we were putting ideas in this budget for how we were going to spend it, we wouldn't have consulted you. And so the idea that we would be putting those ideas up in this budget now is ludicrous. So, you know, I think you're trying to paint a picture which is patently not true. Anyway, I think I agree with Sarah. We welcome, and actually Carl has already stated this at an audit, I think at an audit and governance meeting, that we welcome ideas from you, and we have done for a while. You know, bring that creativity and that insight into your wards. Don't try and accuse us of not releasing what we're spending it on, because that hasn't been decided.
I was hoping we was getting to the end here, but Terry.
Thank you, Chair.
I'd just like to comment on Buntingford and Seth Ward. I'd happily put 250 grand into the swimming pool. I'm not sure the rest of Hertfordshire would agree, which is why I voted for option 3. I just thought people could put it into their own developments. I would have happily put some of mine into the swimming pool. I've already put 1,000 into it already, and I think the town council is putting 30,000 into it. I think it's a good cause. I would love more money to go into that swimming pool, but we're all from different locations here, and I want to see fairness. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Chris, you seconded, didn't you? You've spoken as well. Oh, that means we could probably go for a vote on this. Carl. Oh, sorry, Carl. Yes, you sum up.
Yeah, just come back on some of the comments that were made there. I'd just like to thank Councillor Buckmaster for his comment about global events. I totally agree with you. I think it was Friday, wasn't it, when it started? And I thought, that's the 250k gone, isn't it? Because you said yourself that the 200 in the contingency for Beam is nothing, and similarly, the 250k in the circumstances may turn out to be nothing. And we do have to be cautious about how we use it, and we need to kind of just keep an eye on what happens to interest rates, energy prices, all that kind of stuff, because yeah, it may obviously have a significant impact on our budget. Councillor McAndrew just mentioned about the pressures. I just had a look through the pressures that are listed. Obviously, there's going to be small ones as well, but actually, you look through those pressures, and the majority of those are external pressures. The things that just happen. So the National Pay Award, interest, kind of licenses for IT. Yeah, there's lots of things in there, and they're external things that happen to us. And I think, unfortunately, that's the nature of a lot of these things. Is that you do your best, but things go up in an unexpected way. So I don't believe that there are many decisions that have been made that cause the pressures. They're just external pressures. Councillor Deering, I hear what you say about asset disposals. Gosh, I wish it was quicker too. It's all these lawyers that get in the way and slow it down. Yeah, if it was just like here's a few £1,000, it'd be easy, wouldn't it? It does take longer than you hope it's going to take, and I know quite a number of the assets have got involved in legal issues along the way. So, yeah, the officers are doing their best, and all we can do is support them in their efforts. I thought it was interesting about your pension fund comment. Yes, it's a Conservative council. It was a Conservative council at Hertfordshire, but let's be realistic. Everyone's pensions funds has gone up, haven't they, over the past few years? Because actually, what's happened is global stock markets have risen significantly. That's the reason why pension funds were doing well. My pension fund has done well. I don't claim to be a magical fund manager or anything. Just everybody's been lifted. All the boats have been lifted. So. But we also have to be aware, and I've not looked at how the markets have done today, but all those gains could potentially be lost again in 3 years' time, and that's why we have to put money aside, to cover us in case in 3 years' time, all of a sudden, all those gains that we made in 2026 have disappeared. So that's why we want to put some money away for that. And finally, just Councillor Smith, thank you for your support on Buntingford. We want it to be fair too, but also there are projects, and I think Ward Freeman is one of them, which are close to our hearts and actually benefit the district as a whole. So even though it's obviously the pool is in Buntingford, if that creates greater capacity at Hartham, then that's actually could potentially be better. It would also potentially reduce car journeys in the district, which helps everybody. So even though you can have an investment in one particular area, the effects of that can spread much wider. And obviously, there's about finding the balance. And I realise now that
it's great to obviously, it'd be great to have suggestions from other members about how we spend the money if there's any left after the war effects. And you know, obviously we'll listen. But I can understand the practical difficulties of actually, you know, things like with the pool. Actually, we may need to work on the short time scale because of their particular constraints. So, I think that was basically all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is a recorded vote, as it has to be. So I'll just throw it open to Stephanie to go through the count.
Yeah, so this one's 4 against or abstain again, and we'll start with Councillor Adams.
Abstain.
Councillor Boylan. Councillor Britton.
4.
Councillor Eric Buckmaster. Councillor Ruth Buckmaster. Councillor Vicky Bett.
4.
Councillor Martin Butcher. Councillor Carter.
4.
Councillor Clements.
4.
Councillor Connolly.
4.
Councillor Copley.
4.
Councillor Cox. Councillor Crystal.
4.
Councillor Dart.
4.
Councillor Deering.
Against.
Councillor Deffley. Councillor Devonshire. Councillor Demont.
4.
Councillor Dunlop.
4.
Councillor Glover Ward.
4.
Councillor Goldspeak.
4.
Councillor Holt.
Against.
Councillor Hopewell.
4.
Councillor Horner.
4.
Councillor Hoskin.
4.
Councillor Jacobs. Councillor Marlowe.
4.
Councillor McAndrew. Councillor Nichols.
4.
Councillor Persard-Wyatt.
Against.
Councillor Redfern.
4.
Councillor Terry Smith. Councillor Vicky Smith.
4.
Councillor Stowe. Councillor Swainston.
4.
Councillor Thomas.
4.
Councillor Townsend. Councillor Watson.
4.
Councillor Wilcox.
4.
Councillor Williams.
4.
Councillor Wilson.
4.
Councillor Walkham.
4.
Councillor Wiley. It's 30. Just need to change these two.
So there's
34.
34, 12 against and 1 abstention. So that is carried. Thank you. Now, item 11, and I'm sure everyone's searching their soul at the moment, thinking about 10 o'clock. Let's see where we can get to on this. So is this you, Carl?
Hopefully this will be quick. The Council Tax Setting Report 26/27. This report details proposals on the setting of council tax for 26/27. This report brings together the various components of the final council tax bill, local precepts, county council and police and crime commissioner, and simply calculates total council tax for each parish or town. Details of the calculations are set out in Appendix A. Following approval of the East Herts District Council budget, we need to formally approve the council tax setting report as per the recommendations on page 140.
And is there a seconder for this motion? Mahoney?
Yes, yes, Chairman, I'm happy to second this and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. So any comments, around the table? Bob?
Just on the basis that it helps, as a report, we have no problem with the report. Obviously, given what we were saying about the budget, the figures that we would have arrived at for council tax would be different to these figures. But insofar as it shows you how the figures are calculated and what they will be, then obviously we have no problem with the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob. Any other questions, comments around the floor? No? That's good. Do you want to speak at all, Mahoney, on this?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So again, this requires a recorded vote by law. Stephanie?
Yep, so it's 4 against or abstain again, and we'll start with Councillor Adams.
Abstain.
Councillor Boylan? Councillor Britton?
For.
Councillor Buckmaster? Sorry, and then Councillor Ruth Buckmaster. Councillor Burt?
For.
Councillor Butcher? Councillor Carter?
For.
Councillor Clements? Councillor Connolly?
For.
Councillor Copley?
For.
Councillor Cox?
For.
Councillor Crystal?
For.
Councillor Dart?
For.
Councillor Deering?
4.
Councillor Deathley? Councillor Devonshire? Councillor Demont?
For.
Councillor Dunlop?
4.
Councillor Glover Ward?
For.
Councillor Goldspeak?
For.
Councillor Holt? Councillor Hopewell?
For.
Councillor Horner?
For.
Councillor Hoskin?
For.
Councillor Jacobs? Councillor Marlowe?
4.
Councillor McAndrew? Councillor Nichols?
For.
Councillor Persad-White? Councillor Redfern?
For.
Councillor Terry Smith? Councillor Vicky Smith?
For.
Councillor Stowe? Councillor Swainston?
For.
Councillor Thomas?
For.
Councillor Townsend? Councillor Watson?
For.
Councillor Wilcox?
For.
Councillor Williams?
For.
Councillor Wilson? Councillor Walkham?
4.
And Councillor Wiley? 41 for and 2 abstentions.
41 for and 2 abstentions. So that is carried. Thank you very much. Pay policy statement. Joe?
Thank you, Chair. So each year the council is required to report a pay policy statement. It's a legal requirement under the Localism Act. The report details the remuneration of the chief officer and for other employees. So I recommend to council that the pay policy statement for 2026-27 be approved. And if there are any questions.
Thank you very much. And who is seconding this motion? Rachel?
Yeah, I'm very happy to second this motion. Just
Thank
for
you very much.
policy.
Thank you. Comments and questions around the floor? Bob?
Yes, just to help, we have no problem with this paper at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? No? Okay, so we can take this. We don't need this. This is not a recorded vote. So, very quickly then, hands up in favour. Okay, those against? And any abstentions? That is carried. Thank you very much. So there's a belief that we may go past. So does someone want to propose extending this session? Councillor Wilson, yeah. Watson. Sorry.
Yeah, I propose we extend it.
Okay, thank you. And seconded? George, yes, certainly. And those in favour, please, hands up. Thank you. Those against? And abstentions? That is carried. We'll have a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 1:45 according to the clock. Thank you. Who are we missing? Thank you there, Ben. I've got to wait for the main person, I think, at the moment. So, Vicky, I think this is your section, the Stansted Abbots and St Margaret's Neighbourhood Plan.
Yes. Is everybody sitting comfortably? Then we'll begin. Alongside the community, Stansted Abbots Parish Council has worked with the parish councils of Stansted, St Margaret's and Great Amwell to develop a neighbourhood plan over a number of years. To meet the district plan housing requirements for the village, the neighbourhood plan releases land from the Greenbelt with the allocation of a strategic brownfield and greenfield site to accommodate growth, including a 6-home scheme of community-led housing. Constraints in the neighbourhood area, including significant areas of flood risk, Greenbelt, and international and nationally designated nature sites, have been a challenge for plan making. However, the plan represents an achievement for the community. It meets the requirement of housing growth while also incorporating policies to protect the local character and the environment. The neighbourhood plan designates new local green spaces, protected views and non-designated heritage assets, and prioritises enhancement of the river environment, which will contribute towards sustainable development in Stansted Abbots and St Margaret's. In the examination report, the examiner commends the neighbourhood plan for being well presented and distinctive in addressing local issues whilst meeting identified housing requirements. At the local referendum in January, 80% voted in favour of using the neighbourhood plan to help decide applications in the neighbourhood area. It is therefore considered that the neighbourhood plan will be a positive addition to the East Herts development management process, and it is recommended the Stansted Abbots and St Margaret's neighbourhood plan is formally made or adopted by the council.
Thank you very much, Vicky. Anyone seconding this motion? Joe? You want to reserve any right? Thank you. So, any member want to ask some questions or comments? Eric?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I was in Stansted Abbots today, actually, on other matters, Joe, which you probably know about. Yeah, it's within my county division. I attend the parish council meetings. I know that this was a very challenging thing for them. There were divisions at times, different points of view, but I think they got there in the end. And one of the issues is it's very much an area where there's a large flood risk, which I've been dealing with and trying to resolve over the last couple of years. And I think that always plays on people's minds as well. But as Vicky said, they got there in the end. They got there nearly 80% yes vote. So I think that's really positive for them, and I hope they can move forward. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Ian?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm very much in favour of neighbourhood plans. However, as we've spoken about previously tonight, the lack of a housing land supply really dilutes their effectiveness, I believe, which is a real shame. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Stephen?
I would just like to say how impressive it is. Whenever I see a neighbourhood plan, the amount of work that's gone into them and stuff, it's such a long haul, and it's a testament to the dedication of the neighbourhood and all those involved in the creating of these plans. So they really do deserve to go forward and be recognised as very important planning documents.
Thank you, Stephen. Nick?
Chair, colleagues, there are moments when the land seems to speak itself. Will you protect us? Will you say enough? Tonight, that question rings louder than ever, because once again, we're being asked to sacrifice a piece of what little green belt we have left in the district that has already lost more than anywhere else in the country. We are being told to lose even more. And it's not just any land, but land within the Lee Valley Regional Park, a place that should be our sanctuary, our green lung, our shared inheritance. The Park Authority does not want this. They understand the damage. Yet here we stand being asked to push development into a space meant to protect for generations. That's not leadership, It's capitulation dressed up as planning. And what we decide tonight will not fade away quietly. It will echo into the unitary future waiting for us. We all know that we're heading for a merger with Broxbourne, the proposed terminus for Crossrail 2, a project hungry for funding, hungry for justification, and if a land in the regional park becomes seen as fair game, as developers hope, then the precedent we set here tonight will embolden them. Our future partners will look back and ask, why did you weaken the ground beneath our feet before we even began? History gives us reason to be sceptical about whether the Park Authority will hold firm. I remember how their objections to the Hoddesdon incinerator evaporated the moment money entered the room. Maybe they're simply negotiating for a slice of a Section 106 pot. I don't apologise for a bit of healthy cynicism, but there is a chance this time that they may choose principle over commerce. We cannot vote this neighbourhood plan down, but those of us who are not whipped have a choice. If your heart tells you that it is wrong, don't ignore it. If your gut says enough is enough, don't swallow it. If you believe the green belt still matters, show it. Even the quietest act, an abstention, carries weight. It tells residents we listened. It tells the Park Authority, stand your ground, we are with you. It tells the future unitary authority, we did not simply roll over. Please join me in abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. Any more comments or questions, Joe?
Thank you very much. I think Nick certainly makes some valid points with a lot of these things. If you look at the bigger picture, I'll be voting for the neighbourhood plan because of the work that's gone into it and because of the reality of the situation we find ourselves in. So we do find ourselves in a situation where if we don't have a neighbourhood plan, and as Vicky discussed earlier with the housing supply, we could be open to more speculative development, and this doesn't fix all the problems of development in our small village, but it goes some way to some protection. There's more changes coming down the planning rules. We've got a train station and we're within 15 minutes walk. So I do sympathise with Nick. I don't think there's many people in this chamber that would want development built on the green belt. We say that in other meetings, we might say we need more housing because we've got our future generations coming through and the cost of housing people can't get on the ladder. You've got to juggle a lot of things here. But I think tonight, given the process we've gone through, and we do have to make a decision, I think it'd be wrong for me to abstain.
Thank you very much. There's a question over there, Terry, or comment.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree with Councillor Cox, actually. I think our green belt is just as important. It's like the NHS to me. You can't touch it, and we should be protecting it by any means. I appreciate all the work you've done on the report and everything else. It's really important. But I'll be voting abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Graham, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I find myself in alignment with Nick and also in alignment with Joe. So, and the Lee Valley is along going from Stansted Abbots right down to the River Thames, and we've got to preserve it. But Joe, you're quite right. We do need that local plan to move forward. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, as someone who's also sort of lives in a sort of quote unquote Group 1 village that's been asked to produce a neighbourhood plan which involves some sort of green belt release. I'm very sort of sympathetic of the sort of neighbourhood plan steering groups sort of requirements in Stansted Abbott. I think it's been really interesting sort of seeing from afar that sort of journey a sort of a steering group must take in sort of bringing the village along with them. And it seems like in the end they were able to do that. And as I think the referendum result suggests, I think it's all within our duties to vote for this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more contributions at all? Bob?
Thank you, Martin. Just to say, obviously, we acknowledge what you've said and the conviction with which you said it. It's very impressive. But we will be voting in favour of this. Having said that, we absolutely acknowledge the enormous amount of work that's gone into this, and it's the view of the local community, and we will be supportive of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any more before we take it to vote, Ben?
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to echo what others have said. A huge thanks and a congratulations to the group, of the residents group, and the parish councillors who have been involved in the process. It really isn't easy, and I think we all recognise that. And this is, I suppose, the least worst option in terms of protecting Greenbelt, but it's something that we have to do, and so I would definitely be voting for this.
Thank you very much. So you want to say something, Vicky?
I believe I've got a right of reply. Just commenting on the lack of 5-year housing land supply, I'm sure you've read assiduously our response to the new NPPF. The answer to that is if that comes in without any alteration, then a lack of 5-year housing land supply or having one doesn't really help us because we're pretty much on the tilted balance anyway. So as you know, as we are being forced into more and more housing, that is the reality of the situation. At least with having a neighbourhood plan that puts in protected views and green spaces and everything else, it gives some protection. And that is the best that we can do at the moment, even though it means releasing a small amount of green belt in the area. In relation to Lee Valley Regional Park, they will have the opportunity to comment on any future planning application that comes in, as can any member of the public, and potential harm to the Lee Valley Park would be a valid planning issue that people could raise, which will be assessed by the case officer. So if the site is actually allocated, this will have weight in the decision-making process in favour of the site, but the officer will also need to assess the impact of the detailed design and layout of any proposal on the Lee Valley Park. In terms of the support for it, 80% of the residents that voted for it. The parish councils have voted for it. The parish councils have spent an awful lot of time along with the local neighbourhood to put it together. I think it would be an absolute travesty if we don't pass this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vicky. So let's take it to vote then. So the single recommendation is that the Stansted Abbots and St Margaret's Neighbourhood Area Plan for 2017 to 2033, as detailed in Appendix A of this report, be formally made. Can I have a show of hands? Those in favour, please. Thank you. Those against? And any abstentions? Thank you very much. That motion is carried. So agenda item 14, minor amendments to the Constitution. Is this, sorry, James. Yeah.
Want to try and speak as much as I can in my last meeting. So where the monitoring officer is of the opinion that a change to the Constitution is required in order to ensure the proper administration of the council, then the monitoring officer can make that change so long as they are reported to full council as soon as is reasonably practicable. The changes are set out in appendices A through E and cover a change to the policy framework, section 8.5 regarding the district planning executive panel or DPEP, some tidying up of the officer's responsibility for functions, and some changes to the executive arrangements and also to the associated executive decision flowchart. The amended policy framework and changes to section 8.5 are directly linked to the upcoming local plan process and are designed to provide a greater clarity as to what should be the preserver of the executive and what should be going forward to full council. The unamended wording is not sufficiently clear in drawing that distinction, meaning that council would end up with even ever heavier agendas, considering both the formal stages of the plan making process and the approval of the supporting evidence base, when in fact it is only the former that is a function of council. The amendments as set out in Appendix A are intended to make this distinction clear. In June 2025, Executive agreed to reconvene the District Plan Executive Panel, DPEP, as a subgroup of the Executive for the specific purpose of advancing the new local plan. DPEP has sat in abeyance for a number of years and is being refreshed to go through the current local plan process. All members will be invited to attend all meetings of DPEP, and therefore there will be no reduction in the opportunities open to members to be as involved in the process as they wish to be. The changes to Appendix C are simply tidying up some of the officer delegations that were missed off following the senior management restructure, most notably moving the delegations for environmental health functions from the Director for Communities to the Director for Place. And finally, the changes in Appendices D and E are required so as to reflect the existing process for non-key decisions delegated to officers, which are not subject to call-in. This ensures consistency across all non-key decision-making processes carried out by officers. The recommendations are on page 303. However, can I ask that it be amended to read Appendices A to E, not A to D as it currently is? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, James. Is there a proposer for this, Joe? Thank you. And a seconder? George. Thank you, George. You reserve your right, I'm sure. So questions or comments around the floor? Eric.
Thank you. I've got a question. 8.5.1, where it talks about remit, it's on page 310. I just wanted to check my understanding because the second paragraph does seem a bit clumsy to me. I know it's intended to make it clearer. So are we saying in this to make recommendations to the executive only on things like evidence-based formulation of strategy and that formal stages go to full council? Is that really what it means?
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman.
Any more comments, questions? Vicky?
If I can just put some clarity on that, when we first did an initial programme for the district plan, I was going to be bringing 11 bits of evidence through one council in order to meet projected timetables. So this is why we would like to use DPEP, because I don't think you lot want 11 of my evidence bases that are several hundred pages each, all in one night.
Thank you, Vicky. Any more? Joe?
Only to say, I think the Constitution group of members, a lot of their business was spent on looking at moving to a committee system over recent times. And I know James is leaving, but I think members do need some agency on decision making within the council and how the constitution is constructed. I'm sure many of you have been told in the past, I know I have, the constitution says this or the constitution says that. So I think, James, if I could ask you to put the wheels in motion, or Stephanie, that group needs a bit of a refresh and needs to, so the members can be sure that that group is looking at the constitution and that it stays current and fit for purpose.
Thank you very much. Any more comments? Oh, sorry, yes. Bob.
Broadly speaking, we have no problem with these proposed amendments, and it just occurs to me that if I don't say this now, I'll miss the opportunity. James, we would, on our side of the chamber, we'd like to thank you very much indeed for all your service to the council, for every minute you've been here. Thank you very much. There's been the odd occasion when you've been irritating, but in the main, you've been very, very, very helpful, and we appreciate it a lot. And best of luck where you're going next. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that, and I agree. On that basis then, if there's no more questions or comments, there's a single recommendation to approve the minor amendments to the Constitution as set out in the appendices. A to E. So members, show of hands here. Those in favour? Thank you. Those against? And any abstentions? That is carried. Thank you very much. Next item. Now I understand there's a issue maybe about going into part 2, depends on what people want to talk about. But yes, at the moment we'll leave it open.
Thank you, Chair. The Millstream Business Plan 2026-2027. East Herts Council established Millstream Property Investments Limited in 2018 to provide a good rate of return on its capital within the range of options available at the time. The Council is Millstream's only shareholder. Each year, Millstream produces a 30-year business plan to the Council, and this is provided in the restricted appendix. In 2025, it was determined that the rate of return achieved by the Millstream property investments was inferior to the rate of return achievable by reducing the Council's debt. This was the result of the Council needed to borrow externally, along with changes to the regulatory environment. Therefore, the decision was taken to sell the properties as tenancies were terminated. Disposals have now begun, and it is expected that all properties will be sold by the end of 27-28. Full details of the disposals so far and the full business plan are contained in the restricted appendix. The recommendation is to approve the business plan is on page 355 of the reports pack, and I'd like to propose this report.
Thank you very much, Carl. And a seconder for this. Calvin, you reserve your right. Thank you. Does any member wish to comment or ask questions? Graham and then Bob.
Can I?
If
Councillor McAndrew.
Investment Limited failed tomorrow.
Councillor McAndrew, can I just clarify? Is there an intention to discuss part 2 information? Because if there is, I'd rather know now.
If it dictates, yes. It's probably best to.
Okay.
So on that basis then, I need to read out this. I move that under section 100A Part 4 of the Local Government Act 1972, the press and public be excluded from the meeting for the following items of business on the grounds that it involves the likely disclosure of exempt information falling within paragraph 3 of Part 1 of Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972 as amended. Can I please have a seconder for that? George, thank you. And a show of hands, those in favour? Thank you. Those against? And any abstentions? Thank you very much. We should now stop webcasting. We're there. Yes, Carl.
Yeah, so just to respond to that, we did when we took the decision to sell the properties. Yes, you're correct. We decided to wait until the tenancies ended. So my understanding was that would be an easier way to sell them than selling them with tenants in them. Yes, I'm sure you can do it the other ways, but the decision was taken not to do it that way, and that we would let the tenancies run out. So, yeah, I bow to people with greater experience on that one.
Thank you very much. So, so let's take it to vote then. The recommendation for the council is Millstream Property Investments Limited 2627 business plan presented in the exempt appendix A, which includes the continued disposal of the company's properties, be approved. Can I please have a show of hands in favour? Thank you. Those against? Thank you. And abstentions? That is carried. Thank you very much. We have one motion on notice. I see. Angus, I think this is you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Before I begin, I would like to request that this item goes to a recorded vote as a parting gift to James as our final item this evening. So can I request that this is a recorded vote, please?
Do we vote? Yeah, we need 5 people. Yeah, that's. Thank you. Yes.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, members. I appreciate it's late in the evening, but this is an important topic that I know we all want to discuss. Earlier this evening, the Mayor of Buntingford and I presented our petitions on behalf of hundreds of residents across our 2 great towns who took the time to make their voices heard. I want to thank them for their engagement, which I know continues with many of them watching our meeting tonight online to see how this council responds, and thanks for bearing with us. Now, I'm sure all members agree that democratic participation is something to be encouraged and should be taken particularly seriously when it happens at this scale. It is on behalf of those residents that I propose this motion calling on the council to conduct new community governance reviews for Sawbridgeworth and Buntingford. This motion presents members with an opportunity to show what it means to be a listening council, to say to residents, we have heard you and we will do this properly. I do not intend to relitigate every facet of last year's community governance review, but as I set out earlier, the consultation element goes to the heart of why we are here. As members heard, residents across both towns do not recall receiving the consultation leaflet. Those who have since seen it did say it did not clearly explain what was being proposed or how to respond. Now, some members may try to claim that because few residents responded originally, there was no real opposition to warding, but the formal responses that were received were overwhelmingly in opposition. The onus to consult on this basis lay with East Herts. It was their review and their responsibility to reach people. But just from my perspective, Sawbridgeworth Town Council discussed the review repeatedly at its public meetings, and local councillors chatted to residents across the town about the review. The concerns were there to be heard. What was missing was an easy and accessible way for residents to submit them. Compare that with what happened with the petitions. A few social media posts, some door knocking, and within weeks, over 1,000 people responded. Both petitions exceeded the 7.5% statutory threshold under the 2007 Act. Now, that threshold exists for a reason. It is Parliament's recognition that when residents engage at that scale, the council should act. I'm aware that because reviews were completed within the last 2 years, there's no automatic statutory duty on this council to undertake fresh ones. But as I said earlier, that exemption removes only the obligation, not the discretion. Nothing in the legislation prevents this council from choosing to act tonight. Tonight's vote is not a legal question, it is a democratic one, and I hope all members would support democracy. During the working group, it was suggested that towns like Buntingford and Sawbridgeworth, with populations between 7 and 11,000, are invariably warded, and that there were no examples of similar-sized towns being unwarded. That, I'm afraid, is not the case. Swaffham and Watton in Norfolk, Shefford and Ampthill in Bedfordshire, and Horncastle in Lincolnshire are all examples easily and readily found with a similar population range and all functioning without wards. Warding is not a choice. Warding is a choice, not an inevitability. and it is a choice that should be made with communities, not imposed upon them. We are not questioning the work of the members who served on the working group, and again, we thank them for doing so. But a review is only as good as the consultation, data, and information that underpin it. Residents told us consistently, these are cohesive towns that work as whole communities. Warding would introduce artificial divisions that do not reflect how people live, and nobody has made a convincing case for why that change is needed. And now, when hundreds of ordinary residents, not party members or activists, but people of all political views and none, have gone to the trouble of signing a formal petition, there are those in this chamber who might seek to dismiss their concerns as politically motivated. That is not an argument, that is deflection. And it is frankly disrespectful to the residents who took the time to make their voices heard. I hope all members will feel free to vote on this motion on its merits tonight, to listen to what residents are telling them, reach their own view, and not be instructed to dismiss this out of hand. We're not asking for a particular outcome with a new review. What we're asking for is that residents be properly heard and that this council has the integrity to go back and do it right. If you believe, with proper consultation and support from residents, that warding is still right for either town, you will have every opportunity to make that case in a new review. And if you're unsure about all of this, nothing is lost by voting for the motion tonight. The motion is asking three simple things of this council. One, to undertake new community governance reviews for Sawbridgeworth and Buntingford. Two, to publish clear terms of reference. And three, consult in a way that reaches people, explains what is being proposed, and gives them a genuine opportunity to respond. The residents of Sawbridgeworth and Buntingford are simply asking to be properly consulted and properly listened to. That should be the bare minimum for how this council engages with our residents and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angus. Is there a seconder for this motion? David?
Happily second this motion and reserve my right to speak.
Excellent, thank you very much. Comments and questions? Eric?
Thank you, Chairman. Now, clearly there is a problem, and we've heard from several people, and right at the very beginning, when the petitions were presented. At the meeting when it was first debated here, it was highlighted that the response from residents to a public engagement was virtually zero, really low. I can't remember the exact figure, it might have been one person. We were told we could have encouraged residents to respond. The fact of the matter is this: East Herts Council did not publicise the community governance as it should have done. Subsequent investigations showed that the intended letter drop did not take place. I repeat, it did not take place. I hadn't received a copy. Other councillors did not receive a copy. We couldn't find anybody in either town who had any knowledge of it, whether councillors or residents. We asked for a copy of the alleged letter. What we received was a document so opaque as to provide little understanding of what it meant for residents. Even if it had been delivered, residents would not have appreciated what it involved. On asserting that the process was flawed, the response from the leader of the council on social media was, "Why don't you undertake a legal challenge?" I'm sure you remember that, Ben. All I can say is that what you want fellow councillors to do when something is really wrong with a process? You can assert, well, actually there is a legal process and we have a right to do it in the way that we've already done it. However, if something is wrong and unfair in the way that it's been presented originally, then there ought to be something done about it. Residents of the two towns had no knowledge of the community governance letter, even if it had been delivered. The respondents to the petitions were ordinary citizens, not political activists. Why would any of us make this up? The Mayor of Buntingford, a respected former community police officer, is saying the same. Why would he take his time to come here and say the same things that we're saying? There's no political element to this. What is needed is for the council to collectively stand up for its principles. There's nothing to lose. There really is nothing to lose. in agreeing the request in this motion. What is at stake, though, is integrity and reputation of this council and the administration. Whatever you feel you've been told by your leaders in terms of voting on this, I'm asking you to do the right thing in supporting the motion. Among all the other things that were wrong with this, the breakup of the towns in terms of the number of voters in each ward is completely out of balance. It really doesn't work. And actually, the best way is to relook at this. And if that's what it turns out the residents of both towns want, having had it explained properly, then fair enough. But I don't think anybody really understood what they might have been asked to do. And certainly if the letters were not delivered. And I'll just remind Ben, as a county councillor, if a consultation going out in your name for a highway scheme that received no response, and it was subsequently found that letters were not delivered, then the process would have to be repeated, wouldn't it? Or it couldn't proceed. And these are the principles we have to adhere to this evening. You have nothing to lose. This is about being fair. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. We have Chris and then Terry.
Thank you, Chair. This has been quite a difficult one for me. I've had a long, hard think about this motion and listening to Councillor Buckmaster, Councillor Parstead-White tonight. I do take it very seriously when so many residents feel moved to express an opinion on something under the council's control. I also accept that whilst we have been legally sound, the consultation could have been clearer and done better. I'm not criticising officers involved here, but in hindsight, we could have been clearer in what we said was proposed. However, town council members of both councils concerned knew what was being proposed and why. They could have informed the public about this at the time and found some support in the period of consultation. Councillor Parstead-White states they had meetings about this in Sawbridge with Town Council. Why did they not point them in the right direction in that case? In addition, the group set up to discuss these changes was cross-party and came to a conclusion, and the final recommendations were voted through by Council. If, as Councillor Buckmaster says, there is evidence no one received a letter, how did anyone at all respond to this? I don't believe it was zero, from my understanding, but could be clarified perhaps later. My biggest issue, though, with this amendment is how this support was rallied. Councillor Parstead-White sent a very considered email to me, for which I thank him and others, stating that this is not a party political matter and asked me to reflect. But it looked very political to me when I saw quotes on Facebook, I think Councillor Walker might have missed that, such as East Herts wants to tear Sawbridgeworth apart and East Herts wants to tear our community apart. This may come as a shock to Councillor Parstead-White, but since my ward's boundaries were changed in 2023, there has neither been an internecine war in Bishop Stortford nor barricades erected on the Dunmow Road. Clearly, this is exaggeration and not a good engagement in this case. Not done in good faith, in my view, in this case either. People in Sawbridgeworth and Buntingford can still vote for a choice of people and parties, and people will still be representing them if they're warded. There has not been a time when a great argument has broken out in Stortford Town Council, for example, over which ward gets what. I think those supporting the amendments know that. Going back to another claim on the petition that people can't choose anyone within the town to vote for. The poor people of the newly created parsonage ward in Stortford could not vote for me in the district elections. I think they survived. They also couldn't vote, for example, for John Wiley or Graham McAndrew. They definitely survived. This is all perfectly normal in terms of not being able to vote for exactly the person you want to vote for. The thing is, I am in a dilemma, as there may be people who did not get their voices heard, and ideally they would have. But now they still haven't had their voices heard properly via this petition, as this petition is deliberately divisive, hyperbolic, and has not given the proper facts that it should have to those residents. Resident engagement is only valuable if it is balanced, as politically neutral as possible, and educates residents as to what the issues are, pros and cons. Finally, with respect to warding, it does have advantages which these petitions do not lay out. If there's an issue, for example, in Spellbrook, which is a very separate part of the area under Sawbridgeworth Town Council's control, and all the town councillors live elsewhere, it may never be brought to light. I'm sure it is now, because I do believe we have good councillors there, but we don't know what the future holds. With increasing population, it needs to be ensured that a significant amount of people in a particular area are not neglected, and attention is drawn to the area that they live in and its particular needs. And I don't think Spellbrook, so about people in Sawbridgeworth's knowledge, but from my perception, Spellbrook is not part of Sawbridgeworth. If the petition had added this, or I could see this point had been made to those signing it, I would support the motion. I'll be frank, at this very moment, I'm not sure how I would.
Thank you, Chris. We have Terry and then Nahum.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Buckmaster that there's been a huge communication wrong here, I feel. I think, Ben, if I can quote previously, we had 5 objections to this over the consultation period. That to me shows there's a problem, because I know there are hundreds of people that have not heard of this at all. The right people didn't get to hear it. I've not seen anything to do with a leaflet at all, then or now. So I just think we ought to do the right thing here. It's not political. It's something that the people need. I think they need a better chance at it, because I don't think a lot of people got their chance. And that's pretty much where I think we should be. We should be giving them another opportunity, because they obviously didn't get one. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. We have Nahum and then Ruth.
Thanks,
Oh,
Chair.
sorry, Aubrey.
I also haven't made my mind up yet. With not being whipped on this, we can do what I like. I'm sure you're pleased to hear that. One thing that I did pick up, in I think Angus and Eric, you both said, we've got nothing to lose here. One thing that would help me, like, presumably there are costs associated here. You've spoken about taxpayers' money quite a lot tonight. Like, what are the costs in terms of more leaflets, officer time of rerunning not 1 but 2 consultations?
Thank you, Nahum.
Genuine question, that.
Thank you. Aubrey?
Thank you, Chair, and also thank you to Angus and David as well for bringing this motion forward. Whilst we may disagree on many things across the chamber from many different groups, there is no doubt that we're all united in the belief that every resident should have a say in the decisions that are impacting them. As has been mentioned before, this isn't about the changes themselves. We discussed that last year. Rather, this is about ensuring that the process that was undertaken, especially one which changes how people are being represented, is done in a way that ensures every resident can have their say. We have seen it over and over. When a process doesn't have the public's trust, the outcome doesn't have their trust either. Having heard from representatives from Sawbridgeworth and from Buntingford, and having spoken directly with residents, it is clear that many feel they have had no voice in this decision. And in most cases, it seems that they were completely unaware that this consultation was even taking place. So as councillors, we all share that fundamental view that an adequate process must be in place to ensure that all views of residents are captured. And in this case, it is clear that that hasn't happened. And as such, I will be supporting this motion, and I would urge all other councillors to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aubrey. Ruth, and I'll go around. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm involved in many different community groups, and through them I meet people from all different walks of life. And I've spoken to everyone. And everyone I've spoken to have all said they didn't receive the leaflet. No, I didn't receive the leaflet. I've since seen a copy because I didn't know what was on the leaflet. It doesn't even mention warding. It talks about community government's review, which if the residents of Sawbridgeworth had seen this, they probably would have assumed it was referring to the reorganisation of the district and county councils. It's a very disingenuous leaflet. It's not clear what it's referring to. Was this the intention of East Herts? Now, this was an East Herts process. It wasn't a town council one. It wasn't up to town councillors to promote it. It was up to East Herts to do that. And maybe the leaflet should have said what the benefits of warding are. You're saying we haven't said that, we haven't explained it to residents, but maybe that's what East Hart should have done. Now, if the residents do not have the correct information, how can they make or give an informed consent? And we've talked about the fact that you didn't have any communication, you didn't have any comments after the consultation. Well, maybe that's because they weren't given the correct information. Now, this is a mess. And it's a mess that this administration, unfortunately, has made. It would be the big thing to actually say, yes, okay, it wasn't done right, let's do it again. It's not going to hurt anybody. And as we keep saying, it's not political, because we've gone right across the board with the different groups of people. But we want to give people that right. We want to give them a democracy. If it comes back and everyone says, yep, fine, that will be warded, then that's fine. That's what people have chosen. But they haven't had that choice. So how can they give an informed consent if they haven't had that choice? So I want you now to think about how others view you, because at this moment, this administration is a bit of a laughing stock, because it's just adding to all the other problems that they see that you've caused in Sawbridgeworth. So maybe think about that, and don't vote as you've been told to by your leaders, but think for yourself and do the right thing.
Thank you very much, Ruth. We have Sarah, Vicky and Vicky.
Thanks. I just wanted to say I understand that people might be nervous about this change, obviously residents and councillors alike. So I wanted just to take a step back and actually consider what warding actually is. So what it isn't is putting up some kind of Berlin Wall between the different wards so you never get to speak to each other again. In reality, it's just a change that different councillors will represent different areas of the town. They're still going to be able to work together on issues that impact the town as a whole, and even discuss issues that have risen in their ward. I mean, I regularly do that. There will still only be one town council for each town. As a town and district council for Bishop Stortford, I've seen this in action. Representing a ward, I find, means that I'm able to focus my knowledge on that ward and really get to be an expert in that area. I obviously represent Bishop Stortford North. I really get to know the ins and outs of it, and the residents that live there. I feel I would struggle if I had to have the detailed knowledge across all the other wards in the town. However, I still do work with other councillors in different wards and from different parties. Obviously, as we've said, this isn't a political issue. For example, I work with Councillor Wiley on finance for the town council and Councillor Jacobs on equality and diversity, and I all think we actually work together really well, even though we're entirely different wards and we represent different parties. This is also something that is happening across most of the rest of the country and East Herts. And I just think we should try and see this as an opportunity for the residents, rather than just focusing all the negatives and the idea that it's ripping towns apart. I could think people could actually be able to build on this and make things so much better. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. Vicky.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so I've looked at this and I've struggled with it. And I would like at the end of me speaking for the monitoring officer to confirm whether or not the letters were sent and the leaflets delivered, because I think that's at the crux of this. But when we did the bins, we had equal numbers of outrage and everything else. And to be frank, because I went and looked at what the petitions said, I looked at the petitions today. It says, stop East Herts Council splitting up Buntingford. The Sawbridge one's pretty much similar. East Herts wants to tear Buntingford apart. East Hart wants to ignore your voice, limit your choice and tear our community apart. Don't let them sign the petition. To be frank, I thought maybe I should sign this because it sounds like a pretty bad thing. It doesn't give in the remaining text any real view on what warding is. And I remember when we passed the warding, and Councillor Walcombe spoke very, very well on how it would be terrible for Buntingford Town Council to be abolished and for there to be 2 town councils in Buntingford. And if you doubt me, do go back and look at the video because I checked it today, just to make sure that my memory was correct on that one. So there was a social media frenzy about this. It all pictured the very large wording. It didn't have any explanations on it. It was all about, as Sarah put it, the Berlin walls being put up and the machine gun nests stopping people from crossing from one area to another. And basically, from what I can see, there's 2 years and you can have another governance review. Try one election with warding, see if it's dreadful, see if it tears the town apart, see if there's people tearing their hairs out in the street because they can't talk to the councillor they want to talk to. Because the reality is, while warding helps because it means that residents know who their local councillor is, people will go and talk to any councillor and they will chat to them. And that is how it works. That's how it works at Hertford Town Council. It's how it works at East Herts. I take problems from all over the district. I copy in the local councillors because that's what I do. But basically, everybody takes from all over the district. And it'll be exactly the same for Sawbridgeworth Town Council and Buntingford going forward. It just means that if a full range of candidates stands, and I'm looking at Buntingford because it's got slightly less than Sawbridgeworth, and there's 12 councillors, and you have Reform, Restore, whatever the current flavour of the month is for the far right wing. You've got the Conservatives, you've got the Greens, you've got Labour, you've got the Lib Dems. They haven't got to pick through 60 separate candidates. They've only got to go through 30. Because that's what it will mean to Buntingford. And it'd be the same for Sawbridgeworth. It's only if you get that. But as Sue said earlier, with Buntingford, they haven't actually had an election since 2011. So it has been some time since anybody's voted there. I noticed Councillor Smith said he didn't get a leaflet through his door, but I'm not aware that Councillor Smith lives in the bounds of Buntingford. So I wouldn't have imagined it would go as far as outside of Buntingford for a Buntingford question. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky. Vicky Burt.
Yeah, I was going to sort of say something very similar to you, Vicky. I do think that it's a bit of a shame, this leaflet about tearing our town apart, because I think it is a bit of a missed opportunity, because I think it would have been really, I appreciate perhaps that the governance review didn't happen as it should have done. But I do think perhaps the town councils, in spending all this money on the leaflet, could have then actually said what warding was. Oh, who spent the money then? No, I don't mind. I'm just wondering. I don't know how this leaflet was paid for. I don't mind. I mean, I just.
Sorry,
but
can I explain?
I just think it would be so. I think it would have been really. Sorry, I just think it would have been great for residents if there had been a little for and against box on this leaflet that was sent out by the town councils, because some of my groups, just my WhatsApp groups, community groups, they took a photo of this and said, this is disgusting, this is shocking. And I just said, just to let you know what warding is. And they said, oh, actually, that's not so bad. But I totally agree that when you get something like this for your letterbox saying our town is going to get torn apart, it's pretty emotive, but,
Okay, thank you very much. Maoni? Yeah, okay. Cheers.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a most unfortunate situation. When we discussed it in the chamber last year, we did feel that we were following correct procedures. I think we did not take on board that the information leaflet had not gone out. So maybe that wasn't stressed sufficiently. We thought the consultation had been done properly, and we discussed it, and we felt that warding would be of benefit to the people of Sawbridgeworth and Buntingford. So we did have a discussion. We took the vote. Yes, we'd all expressed our opinions sincerely, and we made the decision. And that has now been made, and it will stand, I think. And then, but if the people of Sawbridgeworth and Buntingford want to change things, they would have an opportunity in 2 years' time if they wanted to, and if they found that warding was really detrimental to them. So I think the decision must stand, and I think we should not do a reconsultation, and I will be voting against the motion.
Thank you, Mahoney. David, and then Bob, and then Miriam.
Yeah, so I understand Sawbridgeworth is different, Bishop Stortford's different, Ware, Hertford, they're all different. What I haven't heard is a persuasive argument why warding won't work in that town, in Sawbridgeworth and Buntingford. So the argument appears to be the process that was taken and leaflets weren't delivered and everything else. Now, what I don't like is the fact that we're going to rerun this argument and make it divisive with some of the words that have been used on those leaflets. And we're going to go from here, and then only 33% of our electorate care who sits in this chamber. And we're supposed to believe that there's a large number of them who care whether the person they vote for represents Sawbridgeworth or Sawbridgeworth West or North. I just don't believe that that's the case. So I don't think that and I get the argument there are other towns that have no wards, but there are functioning people who believe the earth is flat. It's not good to use them as an example that it's acceptable. The majority of towns ward, and it seems to work. So
I have a point of order, please, Chair.
Certainly.
Because I think Councillor Ward did ask at the end of her, when she spoke, that the monitoring officer could confirm if the leaflets were delivered, because really that's an accusation of fraud amongst our staff, which is very, very serious, because it was our staff that were used to deliver them.
So I have provided this information to Councillor Parsad-White in the past and also to Buntingford, but our records, these are the facts that we have them. 8,200 leaflets were printed by Aston Klein printers. We have an invoice from them showing that that purchase was made. In Sawbridgeworth, there were 9 separate delivery sessions ranging between the 14th of March to the 28th of April 2025. And as a result of those leaflet drops, there was one email that we received from a resident of Sawbridgeworth, which was on the 31st of March, which coincides with one of those leaflet drop sessions. In Buntingford, there were 4 delivery sessions between the 27th of March and the 3rd of May 2025. As a response, there were 2 emails received from residents of Buntingford, one of whom was a town councillor and one of whom was a district councillor. Those are the facts as we have them. I have no reason to doubt that those delivery dates that we have been provided did not take place. And I would suggest that some of the emails that we've received would corroborate that, at least on one of those occasions, that they were delivered. And I don't know why, the other events wouldn't have taken place. That's all I can say.
James. Was it our staff? Was it council staff used, or was it contracted out?
We used the same. They were not council staff. They were sort of casual staff, the same staff that we use for election period when we do postal vote opening and such kind of non-regular work. So they are staff that we have used in the past and will use again when we have an election, if we have an election.
Okay, so that's a really serious accusation to say those people didn't perform the work that they were paid to do. And I think members should be minded that that is a really serious accusation. I would suggest you withdraw those comments.
Chairman, it's not an accusation. So can I speak, please? It's not an accusation when many hundreds and hundreds of people are saying that they haven't seen the leaflet. And even if it had been delivered, would they know what it was for? That's the fault in the process.
Okay.
Thank you for your discretion, Chairman.
One second, Angus. Can we continue, Bob, first?
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm astonished that there's any resistance to this motion at all. You've got hundreds of people in 2 different towns saying that they didn't receive a leaflet. Hundreds of people. And this is supposed to be a listening council. You make great claim of being a listening council. You are not listening to the hundreds of people in 2 different towns that say they didn't get a leaflet. This isn't an accusation since you happen to be looking at him, that Eric Buckmaster is making. There are hundreds of people in these 2 towns that say they didn't get a leaflet. It almost doesn't matter why they didn't get a leaflet. They are saying they didn't get a leaflet. Unless you want to say that all of those people are just making it up, you can't deny that you have hundreds of people saying this. There is clearly a flaw in the process here. The issue of this motion is not whether warding would or would not be good for these 2 locations. The issue is that the residents did not receive proper consultation. And it would not justify not doing the process again correctly just because it will cost some money to push out another batch of leaflets. You have hundreds of people here who say they were not informed. It's plainly not good enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Miriam?
It's fine because Joe's raised the point I was going to. I wanted to know whether they had gone out. Thank you.
Aubrey? Oh, no, Angus, sorry.
I'm
Fine, okay. Tim?
Yeah, I just wanted a point of clarity really from Angus, I guess, if you can answer this at the end. Bob's saying that people signed the petition saying that they didn't receive a letter. Is that the wording on the petition? Thank you.
Vicky? Yep.
Thank you. I think this raises some quite interesting points about how difficult it is to communicate with people in what's really quite a fractured media landscape these days. Talking as an ex-advertising person, it is very difficult, and we know from trying to send out town council communications, we will still have people who say they didn't know about certain events and things like that. And I know from working in a school that there's either too much communication or too little communication, and it's really difficult for people. And we have to understand it's very difficult for residents to keep up with the volume of information that's sent out, and leaflets do get missed. And no, I'm not going to say that all of the people in Buntingford are making things up. That's not what we're saying at all. But it does raise some questions for us, I think, going forward about how we do communicate with people. But I think, I don't know who did this, if it's not the town councils, I'm sorry, but I think that has really you've shot yourselves in the foot a little bit there, because I think it's very easy to, this is kind of like rage bait. We know that you can get responses from people by putting anger-inducing things online or anywhere else. That's what this is. It's very easy to get responses from people by putting things like that. That is really divisive and unnecessary wording. And if that hadn't been sent out, I would probably be more likely to accept that there was more of an issue here. But I think that has kind of tipped it for me a little bit, I think. Yeah, I'll leave it there. I won't get into it, but in Hertford we're warded and it's absolutely fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tim, did you want to say something?
I think I already did. That memorable statement.
No, you don't want to say anything. No, honestly. Sorry about that. Alex and then Carl.
Thank you, Chair. So I think I think there is a statistic that people get leaflets through the door, and they have to be able to read them in the 30 seconds between the door and the bin. And I do agree that the one that the council sent is quite dull, and yours is very eye-catching. And backing up what Councillor Smith said, I'm not going to vote for it because the leaflet you've sent is not informative, and that's why I won't be voting for it.
Carl.
Yeah, I would just like to echo what Councillor Vicky Smith said, but and Councillor Dart, but also Councillor Deering, because I think what's been said. People don't read leaflets. It is hard to communicate with people, but clearly there is an issue with this consultation, and as Councillor Deering said, the issue here is not whether warding is good or bad. Personally, I think it's good, but that's not important. The issue here is whether the consultation was done correctly. And there are clearly issues there, and I think, yeah, I'm the same as Councillor Smith, that I think the response with the petition was particularly hostile, and that hasn't helped, and that kind of makes me want to vote against it, vote against the motion because of that. But actually, when you just break it down into the fact, was the consultation done well? I think we have to say it wasn't. And for that reason, I think actually I'm going to support this petition, because I think, you know, basically just at the basic level, we just need to decide have a consultation that's done properly. And clearly there has been issues, for all the reasons that have been said.
Thank you very much, Carl. I have Joe and then Calvin. Oh, you've already spoken on this, have you? Joe.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I feel like I should probably say something as the technical current chair of the Community Governance Working Group. Once again, I know it's been said already, but I'd like to thank the members who took a lot of their time out to discuss the Community Governance Review over that space of about sort of 6 to 8 months. And I appreciate, Angus, what you've said in regards of sort of our work as a group. I do feel like the motion, though, does imply as much as I believe when you say it, that we didn't take residents' concerns into account, and something about that sort of sits uneven with me. I think, as we said, I'm sort of looking at group members here, several times throughout the process, we had to look at things in the there and now, and that means that some decisions that we might have recommended now might not apply today. I think a good example is the decision not to form a separate parish council from Aston Parish Council, because as it was in the there and now, there wasn't that evidence to prove that such arrangements were necessary, and we agreed that we'd look about whether another community governance review would be needed this year for it. So I think in terms of the request of having a community governance review at the next practical arrangements, we've got that already. So I'm not quite sure what this motion really achieves here, other than potentially implying that the council had lost the confidence of the work of the community governance review group, which, as I said, I feel really uncomfortable with. So I'm going to have to vote against this motion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Calvin.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I think probably what Joe has said has swayed me slightly. My question really was whether, in fact, and having looked again at the papers around the actual motion, it doesn't ask for the order that has already been sealed to be revoked, and in fact, I don't think that can be done. But the petitions did, and so there is a mismatch between what the petitions ask for and what the motion is asking for. I think it may be something that, and Joe has indicated that a further community governance review might be considered for Aston Parish. So it is something that may be in train. But I have also got a lot of concerns about the way that the consultation was done. Setting aside the issue of whether the letters were actually delivered or not, the actual leaflet itself doesn't talk about warding at all, parish warding at all, which was the issue in Sawbridgeworth and in Buntingford. And therefore, it's quite easy to overlook it and to for residents to think, well, this doesn't really apply to us because we're not creating a new parish or doing the other things that were actually on there. Do have concerns about the leaflets that engendered the petitions and the level of support for those petitions, because it, as Vicky has said, it's rage bait and not accurate. But I do think we have to go back to that issue. Was the consultation that was done accurate and informative for the residents of Sawbridgeworth and Buntingford? And if there is the possibility that a further community governance review is going to be undertaken for Aston, then I think we do need to review this. So my inclination at the present time is to vote with this motion.
Thank you very much, Kelvin. Rachel?
Thank you. Yes. So I think in terms of communication, it is really important that district and town councillors take an active part in sharing any kind of information about community governance or changes to wards. We had a proposed ward change within my ward, and as local councillors we engaged. We went out into the community and we held surgeries and we talked to the local residents about the possibilities about the consequences of that, and gave them an open opportunity to ask questions. It's not just about whether the council sends out some leaflets. It is actually about whether you talk to your residents, which people have said how much they talk to their residents, but somehow the message didn't get through. There wasn't so that seems a bit strange to me. I don't think I can support this petition, but if it does, but if it is something that goes through, then I would say that everybody has a responsibility. It's not just about a few social media posts and a bit of somebody else doing some leafleting. It is about, as everything is in councils, it's about talking to residents.
Thank you, Rachel. So, well, I thought we had everyone covered, but Richard.
Most people know me for never stopping talking, but I've done a lot of listening tonight. Just an observation is that my perception, if I had received the leaflet, if I'd have been in that area, would have been, this is worrying, this is frightening. It's looking to create apparently division, fear, confusion, and that's for the people that received it. That would be my perception if I'd received it. As a result, however, I find myself very conflicted because I don't think I could vote for or against, because there's too many questions that have been thrown open. But what it has done very effectively by whoever came up with the beautiful wording is caused division, concern, fear, and aggravation. And that is something that all persons involved in that should be rather ashamed of. So I'm sorry if it annoys anybody else that I don't vote perhaps the way I am supposed to vote, but I will abstain because I don't think right or wrong suits any of this aspect. So that's it. For a change, I'm going to shut up.
Yeah, thank you, Rich. So are we close to a conclusion here? George, I'm sorry,
Love a
you're
crack.
sitting right at the back.
Because there's a lot about language here, and I first kind of heard earlier on, talking about voting with conscience and against for or against leaders or whatever else. Hypothetically, if I vote for this motion, I don't have any fear that Ben is going to whack me over the head with a big stick. So that leaves me free to kind of think the thing through. And I think there are legitimate concerns because the response rate was low, but also, is it a particularly interesting subject? Were the leaflets delivered? Apparently so, and it's a reputable people who have delivered it. So I'm confident they were there. The point where I can't support it, it's the language around it and used in these leaflets is so poisonous and toxified and divisive that it is uncomfortable to do so. And I don't think it's the right thing to do so either. I think as we went through the community governance review process, we did so calmly, thinking rationally, what are the standards, how are things done, blah, blah, blah. And that was the end result. I think you could have argued about the consultation, but to sort of claim that we're tearing bunting for the part, demolishing the town council and tearing it into two. It ruins the whole thing. So I think to put a lid on it, I think I'm going to vote against the motion.
Thank you. So if I just take Myoni. Oh, you've already spoken, Myoni.
Yes, Chairman.
Unless you have a point of.
Well, it's sort of a point of order. I wonder if we could have a 5 minutes break for consultation.
So the recommendation, is there a seconder for the for that? And a show of hands, please, in favour? But for a 5 minute break? No. No. Sorry. Right. So we're getting close to the end, hopefully. Angus, do you want to? Oh, David, you want to talk as well, Ben? Do you? Ben.
Yeah, I think you either believe that they were delivered or you don't. The leaflet itself certainly could have been better. I think we can all agree on that. I think the petition leaflet is incredibly divisive, and it is, I think, rage bait. I think if there is evidence that it was done against what the council's claimed, I think you should raise that. That's the point I made to you. I believe the leaflets did go out. It's not unusual to put out a large number of leaflets and get a very, very small response, as others have already said. And there are cases of that right across Hertfordshire, and literally across Hertfordshire. So I'm not especially surprised that people didn't come back in large numbers when they saw it, when they saw the leaflet. Is this now a case to go back and look again? I don't believe it is, not now. I have faith in the group that did the consultation, that the governance review here. We all voted on that issue, I think 3 times here in full council. Yeah, I can't support the motion. I think it would be absolutely fair in 2 years' time to say, okay, we've looked at this as residents and as ward councillors. We've looked at this. We're still not happy. Let's re-review it. I think that would be absolutely fair. But I don't agree. That's my take.
Thank you, Ben. So we have David, Angus, and then home time.
Yes, let me not keep you from your beds. But let me start by saying, ladies and gentlemen, this motion is not about warding. This motion asks for a new community governance review for both towns at the earliest opportunity, not waiting 2 years. That is because, as several on this side of the House have argued, that the process was botched. It's not just that we never ever received the leaflets. I'm perfectly prepared to believe that they were delivered, but just nobody noticed them. And as we've said, even if they were noticed, they did not explain anything about what the warding was about. And we approved in this council the idea of being a listening council. That's not just about information sharing. It's about having a proper consultation. Now, let me just quote to you from what was said at the meeting on the 23rd of July, because James told us then that officers were happy that guidance had been followed. Well, as you've heard, hundreds of people in our 2 communities were not at all happy that the process had been followed. They didn't know about it. There were no active consultations. Now, the town council may have delivered this slightly incendiary leaflet, but at least it got the attention of our towns. And actually, we held public meetings to discuss this. It wasn't about warding. It was about the fact that we weren't consulted. And as a listening council, that's what we committed to do. Now, I'm not a lawyer, But tonight in this room, we are all legislators. The decisions we take in this room have the force of law. And Councillor Jacobs told us at the meeting on the 23rd that he was unable to find any council the same size as Buntingford which are not warded. Councillor Wyatt has told us of 3 or 4 examples of towns the size of Buntingford that are not warded. We were misled at that meeting. And in any court of law, when the jury is misled, the judge has the perfect right to throw out the decision and demand a retrial. And that is what we're having tonight. It's a retrial. And having had now 6 months of discussions with the residents in Buntingford, the dominant impression that I have is of a sort of wearied resignation. We've talked a lot about how this council is becoming a little bit of a joke. It's becoming not trusted. And this is why. And I'm reminded of that poor woman who we saw on our television screens after the ICE invasion of Minneapolis, who just said, please leave us alone. And I said at that last meeting on the 23rd of July, Buntingford has had several examples of this council slapping them in their face. And that's what we don't want to have happen tonight. So please, if we are a listening council, please listen to the feelings of the people who voted here. I sit before you tonight as an independent councillor, but I'm not independent at all. I'm bound head and foot, shackled to the people who voted me into the chair that I sit in tonight. And I've listened to them, and I beg you to listen to the people who have voted all of us in, because especially my Green colleagues, we're told we are an independent voice. The Green Party never tells its councillors how to vote. They are free to make their own choices and focus on their residents' needs. And that's what we're doing here tonight. Our residents have stood in their hundreds, and I can't understand how any of my fellow former councillors in the Green Party cannot want to be a listening council and vote in favour of this motion, which asks only that we undertake a decent representative review with proper consultation, which, as we all know, did not happen in this case. It was a botched job. It's our opportunity tonight to correct that wrong and do the right thing. I do hope you all will vote for this amendment.
Point of order, Chair.
Sorry, thank you, Dave. Yes, point of order.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. If I just heard right in Councillor Willicomb's speech, he accused a member of the Community Governance Review Working Group as misleading the public. I just wanted to double check whether that's an accusation you can make in the chamber.
I think we would benefit from a point of clarity from Councillor Wilkham if that is indeed what he was saying.
I mentioned that Councillor Jacobs had said that he could not find any examples of towns the size of Buntingford that were not warded. And Councillor Wyatt gave several examples, and that was in very short order. So I just saying that that's misleading. I also feel actually that we were misled in thinking that due process had been followed, because according to the systems of listening that are outlined in this document that we all agreed, we didn't have any public consultation about this in Buntingford until after the decision was made. And that seems to me to be a flawed process.
Okay, right.
It's not an accusation, it's just an observation.
Okay, David, yeah, thank you. Yeah, you have a right to respond there.
Thank you. My recollection is I said I couldn't find, not that there weren't, that I couldn't find any comparable sized town that was unwarded. I haven't been able to find out the voting population of Horncastle or Swaffham, but whether they're comparable size, I've no idea. But that wasn't a conscious attempt to mislead council. If there are 2 or 3 other towns, and there are about 1,000 towns in the UK, the 2 or 3 other towns that aren't warded, then great for them. That doesn't mean that's not the right model, particularly as we've been told this discussion isn't about warding anyway.
Thank you, David. So, Angus, to wrap up.
Yeah, thank you very much. Again, conscious of time, but I appreciate there have been lots of contributions from around the chamber, which I genuinely appreciate everyone taking the time to discuss and debate this. And I do want to, in that same spirit, respond to some of the points that everyone has raised. I think that's only right because there is obviously a lot of views on this topic. So I'll try and rattle through as quickly as possible in turn. Chris, you said we could have been clearer in hindsight. I mean, that's sort of the point of what we're bringing forward here. We don't need to have hindsight. We don't need to wait 2 years. We can do a new review now, and we can be clearer in our new consultation. I think there is widespread acknowledgement across this chamber in lots of the responses that there were failures in this process, that things weren't done right, or that wording could have been clearer. What this motion is asking for is that we do exactly that we go out to consultation for Sawbridgeworth and Buntingford with clearer wording that tells people the benefits, the pros, the cons, the full argument, the full range of options, what it is that we're asking for them, and invites them to respond. Not whatever this leaflet is, which doesn't mention the word warding, doesn't set out the pros or the cons, or give kind of any clear instructions to what's being asked of people. So I think that is a really important point, that this is the opportunity to do that. I think there was a question around the kind of the costs of leaflets and officers' time and those sorts of things. I mean, obviously, yes, running a consultation would have a cost. I don't know the extent of it, but I can't imagine that kind of a few hundred leaflets in each town is significant. But I also think whatever it is not as substantial as the cost of not listening to hundreds of residents in our towns. I think the council's reputation and the public's trust in local democracy, and crucially, their trust in our consultation processes, is at stake here. We are about to embark, or we are in the process already, of developing our local plan, which we will be requiring residents to have confidence in when we move forward. If residents look at this and go, well, clearly they're not going to listen to us and they're not going to consult with us properly, and decide that this council just doesn't have their trust and their faith, then why would they engage with us in those future processes? So I think there is a much greater cost than the cost of some leaflets. Sarah, you raised the point about towns being nervous about change. This is not a judgment on warding. This is not about people thinking, oh, there's going to be big sort of divisions physically and barriers and things. This is about whether residents were consulted and listened to. And quite clearly, they've told us they don't feel they were. And I think that's something that this council should reflect on with kind of this opportunity to do so. There were a number of comments around the language in the leaflets. And I find this point slightly odd because on one hand, you're saying people get lots of stuff through the door, they don't remember leaflets, and people probably just forgot that they received this one from the council. And then on the other hand, you're saying, well, this leaflet is really inflammatory and everyone's been whipped up into it and everyone's listened to it and a leaflet really makes a difference. Both things can't be true, right? Either people do read leaflets, in which case they read this leaflet and they got this leaflet, or they didn't read leaflets, and both things, don't exist. So I think that is an important point. But what I would say is, regardless of whether your view is that the leaflet was inflammatory or not, the process, the leaflet and the petition website set out what warding was and asked residents for their view. The fact that as many people across the two towns responded shows you that it works. And actually, if the original consultation had been half as effective, we probably wouldn't be at this point. Residents didn't sign the petition because of a leaflet. They signed it because they care about their town. And to suggest that over 1,000 people were tricked into engaging with it because of a picture or a particular word on that leaflet is frankly more dismissive of the residents than anything in the leaflet. So look, I think there's obviously an acceptance around the chamber that this could have been done better. And what we are asking in this motion, what we're giving everyone in this chamber and giving this council the opportunity to do, is to do this better and to do this better now. Not wait 2 years, because the residents of Buntingford and Sawbridgeworth are asking for this to be done now. This is what they expect of this council, and they expect this council to listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angus. So this is a recorded vote. Last one of the evening. Stephanie.
Yeah, so we'll start with Councillor Adams.
I abstain.
Councillor Boylan. Councillor Britton.
For.
Councillor Eric Buckmaster. Councillor Ruth Buckmaster. Councillor Burt. For. Councillor Butcher. Councillor Carter.
Against.
Councillor Clements.
Against.
Councillor Connolly.
Against.
Councillor Copley.
Against.
Councillor Cox.
Abstain.
Councillor Crystal.
Against.
Councillor Dar.
Against.
Councillor Deering.
For.
Councillor Defley. Councillor Devonshire. Councillor Demont.
Against.
Councillor Dunlop.
Against.
Councillor Glover Ward.
Against.
Councillor Goldsmith.
Against.
Councillor Holt. Councillor Hopewell.
Against.
Councillor Horner.
For.
Councillor Hoskin. Councillor Jacobs. Councillor Marlowe.
Against.
Councillor McAndrew. Is that 4? Yeah. Councillor Nichols.
Against.
Councillor Passard-Wyatt. Councillor Redfern.
Abstain.
Councillor Terry Smith. Councillor Vicky Smith.
Against.
Councillor Stowe. Councillor Swainston.
Against.
Councillor Thomas.
Against.
Councillor Townsend.
Abstain.
Councillor Watson.
Against.
Councillor Wilcox.
Against.
Councillor Williams.
Against.
Councillor Wilson.
For.
And Councillor Walkham.
For.
So the scores are 16 for, 22 against, and 4 abstentions. So that motion is not carried. Thank you very much. Could I just say, obviously it's time of day, 23:24, but I'd like to thank everyone for bearing with me. This is my last full council and it's been a pleasure serving you. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Chair.
Memorable.